There we go. Sorry about that, I forgot to start recording. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond, YouTube. I'm going to try to be in the spirit of the mod pack as much as possible. And then I'm going to try to avoid doing any work myself, if possible. Alright, so if that's the tip of the pond, that means we should go this way? Yeah. Now I want to set up somewhere warm, naturally, because that'll allow us to generally do a little bit better. Not by much, but a little bit better. We're going to need a few things to start off with. A few quests to be done. We're going to need to also set up a few machines, let's say. 15 benches lie between you and the moon. Thousands of components will flow through the ever-growing sequence of your machines, providing the means to explore the next level technology. It shouldn't take too long to do. So the basic gist of it is, we're going to try to do as much as possible without having to spend in-game currency. Because the game does provide you with a way of converting certain raw resources directly into coins and then back into different resources. But I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. Mostly because that honestly just doesn't seem as fun. Let's see, so if we go... Yeah. We should be able to relatively easily start making some progress. The first few steps are a little dicey, admittedly. My computer is hating all this loading, but... I have done a little bit of practice with some of the mechanics in the background, just to kind of prepare myself for this. It shouldn't take too long to get into it, though. Our first step is going to be obviously making a windmill to provide us with some rotational force, as well as a millstone rather, to properly set up our ore production to a reasonable degree. It'll get us back up to vanilla ore processing standards, at the very least. So yeah, we'll just get on that. Shouldn't take us too long. Hello, Cuddlin. How you doing? Welcome to Minecraft. How you doing? We are just starting Create Above and Beyond. I've mostly just been explaining the basics of it so far. But if you have any questions, by all means, I'll be happy to answer them. Yeah. To whom? I do record these things for an archive channel. So I've been having that sort of been explaining to potential future people. I don't know. The archive channel doesn't get... Oh, don't worry about Cuddlin'. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. I do have an archive channel. It is small. Very small. But it exists. So how you doing? There we go. This is a good thing to find. So first and foremost, this mod pack does have a lot of modifications to the recipes required. Normally this kelp would be a godsend in and of itself, in that we could start making belts, we could start making some particularly fancy devices, but that's been changed. Now it's the bitrate, my friend. It seems to be decent right now. It's at 26,000, 2600. Not 26,000. I'd be surprised if anybody had 26,000. Kinda fuzzy for you? That's weird. It seems fine on my end. Yeah, it's sitting at about a healthy 2600 right now. Give or take. So that might be on your end, I'm afraid. But hey, we're not doing much complex stuff at the moment, so it shouldn't be too brutal, I hope. Right, so we're going to be needing to make a few rather fancy devices. We're going to need andesite, we're going to need to convert this kelp into an algal blend, as they like to call it. Oh, you just started. Indeed, I did just start. We're gonna have to do a lot of steps. Let's quickly grab the requisite quests. High aspirations. Autocrafting, none. Filtering, not cheap. Item transport, may the belt spaghetti mesh in your favor. Have you watched Heartstopper? I have not. So the game does provide us with a bit of a list of various things that we can go for. Obviously, we're going to have to get a large quantity of logs. And I think the best way of doing that would be to set up a an automated lumber farm, I guess. I don't know how better to put it. Indeed, green log. Green heart. I'm not sure if it's any good, but it's certainly a wood. I mean, we could use it. Converts into planks. Converts into slabs, which then can convert into where is it? There it is. Yeah. Create has some really good not enough items animations. Just wait, once we get this actually started, it's gonna get a little more wacky. A little more Willy Wonka-esque. I haven't played in Minecraft in so long and I'm shocked. It is freaking amazing, yeah. These are the basic materials that we're going to be using for the most part in the first chapter. We should also add in a belt. That way we can get a good one. Yeah, they've updated the... Like, what else did creators do in my absence? Well, Create is one of them. And one of the best things, in my opinion, on Create is that they actually have a little ponder index, which teaches you about the devices. I must ask before I can tell you what else creators did. What point did you really hop off of Minecraft in? We're also going to try to make good use of these little tricks. 2019, that would be still in 1. That would still be in 1 Thumbcraft, so quite a bit, honestly. New Thumbcraft is based around gloves and the aura. There's the mod. What else is there? I know there's quite a few interesting mods that exist. I'm just trying to remember them off the top of my head. New Thumbcraft. It never got finished, though. That's the downside. And it never will get finished, because Asinor said he's done trying to make that. But it is still getting modified significantly by other, like, third-party mods. If you can call them third-party. Let's see, let's throw together some logs so that we can get some materials. There's now a contender for Tinker's Construct that is kind of somewhat used, somewhat not used. It's called Tetra, which involves the creation of tools piece by piece and then slowly, steadily working them up to a more fancy state, let's call it. My sound down? I think it might be. Yes, it is. Java or Bedrock right now? Maybe W10. We are using... What version is this? This is 1.16.5. Let's see. So we're going to have to dig down a little bit. I'm thinking we're probably going to have to actually make a shovel in order to help that. No, my guy. Then I'm unsure what you're asking, I'm afraid. Can you elaborate? The MC is different than the version of the game. Okay, what's the difference? Bedrock Edition. Bedrock is for mobile, okay. So we're definitely not using that. 4 to be exact. I think I'm using Java at the moment. I've only really known one, so if you take into consideration the Education Edition. Fair enough. Yeah, we're not using the Bedrock Edition. I'm pretty sure we're using Java. Hello, owls. Exotic birds. Let's see, so we're gonna have to dig down a little bit. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to get our hands dirty a little bit, at least to start. Just a little bit. Unfortunately, we're going to have to stoop to digging out a pit for ourselves, where we get some andesite. I'm seeing so long, my eyes are rusty. Just wait until you see iron. Minecraft has updated their textures a little bit. Come on, there we go. Can't really tell the difference. Let's see. Iron ore. This is what iron looks like. A little weird. It usually likes to form in clumps. Am I gonna be shocked? Shocked is... It'll feel weird at first. Yeah, a little weird. At the very least, we're not going to be experiencing the lumps that exist. Normally in Minecraft, they made it so that you, because they now have the, they splotched it. Because they recently added in the deep slate areas, where they would allow you to go below bedrock. They had to make it so that iron ore was more universalized. So now iron ore would drop these like clumps. Indeed, below bedrock. Well, not technically. They mostly just moved the... Well, that's on me. They moved the bedrock down further, and it allows you to go down into a deep slate area. And in exchange, they also made it so that you could go way, 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 way deeper. Generally speaking, or sorry, they made it so that caves go way, way, way deeper. So you don't have to dig down all that way. Doesn't that affect performance? Absolutely. Yes, in short, it does. Thankfully, this one doesn't really have that at the moment. We're still running on original heights. So we don't have to worry about that. Andesite. We're gonna need that, and in large quantities too. Because we are going to be relying, at least to start, on andesite alloys. Which are 2 algal bricks, and oh, you can actually use the cobblestone. I didn't know that. Which are algal blends. So we're gonna have to work on that. I'm not sure how we're gonna get... You could start using Optifine. I probably could. Probably. Has Optifine kept up? I'm pretty sure Optifine has kept up. It's pretty simple. It's really just a rendering mod, and that's it. There we go. A little bit of andesite. Yeah, there's the ore. It's a little blobby, but it exists. Give me your andesite. We're going to be treating andesite like it is an ore. Blob. Exactly. Blobby blocks. Let's see, so if we're gonna need a furnace, at the very least to get some charcoal. We're not actually gonna be using it for cooking ore, though. For the most part, we're leaving ore out of there. Because this mod also modifies how the, Can I be honest here? By all means. Yeah, more or less. At least I like to think so. charcoal. We're going to be trying to get to these things. It's going to take a lot of work to get them, but it can be done. Nice. Congrats, my friend. Welcome to adulting. Feel lost? Yeah, that's fair. Life doesn't really doing or thinking about? Honestly, I don't know either. Welcome to the club. Oh, I'm in my late 20s and I'm still trying to figure out what the hell to do. But I think this is personally what I'm going to try to go for. Honestly, at this point, it's more of a question of what do you really want to do and how do you want to try to work towards it, right? Let's see, if we throw this here... Yep, there we go. Start thinking about your career. Yeah, that's what everyone says, but honestly... Yeah... It's a major thing to just throw on to somebody like, here, what do you want to do? What do you want to do for the rest of your life and all that? Yeah. Honestly, the way I think of it is... Honestly, I'm probably never going to settle down into a single career. Unless this manages to pick up, and then, in which case, hell yeah, I'm going for this all the way, but... I mean... I don't know if anybody can really pull off the singular career thing anymore, not with how automation is going, unfortunately. It's weird that people are still in that whole, like, oh, you do X thing, and that's all you do for the rest of your life. It's really weird. But... you know, it is currently the paradigm that we're going with right now, right? It's absolutely fair if you have no idea what... I'm gonna turn down the volume a bit, because that's a bit loud. That is true, and I've had that similar experience too. Honestly, I don't think... Hell, it might be good to just stop there with I don't think, period. Nobody is worthless, and nobody is dumb as a inherent quality to them. Intelligence is not just a singular thing. That's andesite. I may be quite intelligent when it comes to, like, video games and how to properly, like, learn them and how to play them quickly, but I'm an absolute idiot when it comes to math. I may be really smart when it comes to how heating and cooling systems work, but I'm still a dumbass when it comes to, like, most mechanics. Yeah. Math is hell. I completely agree with you on that one. Intelligence is not a... oh, goddammit. It's not an inherent thing that you are or aren't. It's a... description of... how do I put it? It's hard to put, because it's really hard to actually, like, define what intelligence even is, to be quite blunt. But, ultimately, I guess the point is that you're not dumb and worthless. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, it's, yeah. Nobody is dumb and worthless. I completely understand what you mean by, like, the acquaintances are doing what they like and succeeding. I've got artist friends who are doing really frickin' well for themselves. But, still, I mostly just try not to, you know, compare myself to them. Instead, I like to try to compare myself to what I was yesterday, you know? See if I'm getting better. Because otherwise I'm comparing, like, apples to oranges right there, right? Like, oh, this person... well, yeah. I get the feeling that it's not, like, a, It's not something that only a select few people go through. I'm pretty sure everybody goes through it at least once. But still, that is a comforting feeling as well, right? Or at least a comforting thought. Not so sure? You'd be surprised. Everybody has their little worries. Everybody has their flaws. It's just that we don't show them, you know? Imagine being privileged enough to not have to worry about this. Okay, fair. Maybe the rich don't go through this sort of thing. But even then, I think some of them still have some of those same thoughts. Maybe not in the same vein. Maybe they're comparing themselves to somebody very different from what we compare ourselves to. But I'm pretty sure they still get that. It's just that, you know, they can actually, like, afford the therapy, so... Yeah. Honestly, the only suggestion I can give for, like, career-wise is try to find something you enjoy. If you can't, then do what you need to. There really isn't much else that I can think of off the top of my head to really help with that. Yeah, I know that feeling. And I want you to be happy, too. I'm a hedonist. I want everybody to be happy. Yeah. The capitalist system isn't very good at not pressuring people into things. It is an inherently coercive system, sadly. There we go. A new person is here. Welcome. If they want to talk, I'd be happy to talk. If they don't, I completely understand. Hey, don't worry about it. I will talk with anything or anyone about anything. Within some limitations. I have had some less than savory individuals who stopped in way back when. God. Still. Let's see. I mean, for myself, I used to... Oh, yeah. Way back when I was still getting, like, really used to it, and when I still had my old, model, I had some frickin' big brain genius hanging out in the, chat. Yes, Cutland. Did you know that female humans have different genomes than male humans? Did you know this? And therefore, by science, that means that they're different species entirely. That's just science. What an idiot. Still. He got yeeted after a little bit of a, at least in my opinion, amusing conversation. By all means. I mean, you're welcome to shadowbox the guy, but at this point he's already long gone. Frickin' wild. No kitty for that guy for the rest of his life. That's assuming he had any to begin with. I don't know. Those kinds of people who fall into that sort of belief tend to, at least from my understanding, not really get much social interaction, unfortunately. Yoink. Definitely gonna need more of this. Fair enough. We're gonna need about a stack's worth of this? Give or take? Yeah, that should be enough to really get us started. Shouldn't take us too long to acquire it. We're also going to want grout, because this one does have Tinker's Construct, and that will allow us to start processing ore more efficiently. Yeah, fair enough. I myself am ace, so I've never been into that sort of thing. That should suffice. I feel weird now. My apologies. Please, by all means, anybody, if anybody is listening, let me know if I overstep some bounds. I will do my best to avoid it. But, mix up the clay with some kelp, and we get some funky algal blends. These blends should cook nicely up in that furnace there. Some dank clay right there. Oh? Well, congrats. Something said to be able to... They're straight. Well. It happens. Still, congratulations on working up the courage, right? I may not have felt that sort of butterflies feeling in my stomach before, but at the same time, I have heard that it is pretty frickin' hard to do that, so frickin' commendable, my dude. You don't want to feel them. You know, that's what a lot of people say. I will have to take your word on that. Again, I've never felt these things before. Let's just grab some more wood while we're waiting for that to cook. We can also start building up a little bit of a lodge. Somewhere safe for us to rest. We'll set up a little waypoint here. I have a friend that says? Well, congrats. We are a rare breed. Mostly because we do not breed. So there's that. Let's see, so we need to... We're gonna need some storage space. Yeah. Look, man. We may be nigh invisible to most of the world, but still, that doesn't mean we can't joke about it, right? Let's see, if we collect... Yeah, we're probably going to want to scrap these shrubs here, so we have more building space. We're definitely going to have to terraform this area. We're going to have to build a tall tower. I am indeed. That's absolutely fine. I am an open book for the most part. For the most part. The weird part is, I am aromantic. Fully aromantic. If you don't know, if somebody doesn't know what it is, that means that I've never felt a sexual interest in it, or I haven't felt the need to get into a relationship with anybody. Ace is short for asexual, which means I've never felt a sexual interest towards somebody. The weird part about that is that I am very much a furry, so there is that as well. A bit of a weird combo, but you know, humans are full of contradictions. It is freaking weird, yes. Look, I don't know what it is about it. The furry community just... It's so weird, and I like it for that. There's so much weird stuff you can find there. He's a furry as well. Well, damn. I'll have to take your word for that. Let's see, let's place another furnace down here so we can start cooking a bit more algal blend. Speed that up a little bit. This shall be our food chest. This is where we're going to store all our edibles. Grab these. Clear out a little bit of space. Don't even worry about it. I'm just glad to have somebody to chat with, you know? Blup, blup. These shall be our sediments chest. This is where we'll store our stone, our dirt, our all that stuff. Don't worry about it, honestly. The game starts off pretty slowly, at least until we get our first automation going, you know? And we're still in the opening stages. Bedrock's Bounty, yes. So this game does have a modification to the generation of stuff. I appreciate the compliments, friend. I appreciate the respect. Andesite will generate on bedrock in specific ways, generally speaking. So how it works is, if you land lava on top of a water flow block, it will almost always spawn andesite. So we're going to have to find some way of doing that in large quantities. How about cobblestone? Oh, so if we hit a lava to water... Really? Is there a way to look up the custom generator? I guess not. We're going to have to find a way to A, collect this andesite, B, sort out any dross, any useless stuff that we don't need. I'm thinking diorite, I'm thinking granite, I'm thinking all that stuff. How about diorite? Yeah, okay. Diorite, granite, cobblestone. We're gonna have to find some way of just tossing that off the shelf. Because we don't want those, generally speaking. What else do we need? I guess we can convert it into crushing wheels, but it's only gonna do so much. Huh. We can convert it into lava if we superheat a blaze. That's certainly something. Absorbing the information. If you wish. This is only relevant to the mod pack we're currently doing. I feel it. The power! A good way to automate sand at this moment is to build strainers. Strainers require water flow, which shouldn't be too hard to do. It's marvelous. But I do know how to do that. Yes, we can do this. Especially if it's non-standard sand. This is actually one of the weaker sands for making clay. Because this stuff will always make clay. This stuff will always make clay. And then you got clay balls. This stuff doesn't always make clay. It's got a 25% chance of making clay and a 75% chance of just disappearing into the ether. Crushing will make lime sand and bone meal. Theoretically. What is this mod pack about, anyways? This mod pack is about going from, if I go to the overview, we start with nothing. Then we're going to go through andesite machinery, up to brass machinery, through to Invar machinery, up to Fluix machinery, and then eventually go to Moon. That is the plan. We are trying to get to the moon with nothing but clockwork mechanisms. Root of evil slicing flesh. Huh. Indeed. I guess you wouldn't have seen that mod. There's a few mods now that go to the moon. Not only is there Galacticraft, there's also Advanced Rocketry and Beyond Earth. Beyond Earth being the newest one. Galacticraft is the oldest one. Everybody knows about Galacticraft at this point. There's Advanced Rocketry, which is the second newest one. That one's more based on... You can do a lot more stuff with your space station than in Galacticraft. Because like in Galacticraft, yeah, you could set up a space station. This is true. But it's really just stationary. In Advanced Rocketry, it's a little bit more complex. See, not only can you have a space station, but you can retrofit the station into being a ship, which will allow you to fly your entire base to other planets. You can't land on those planets, sadly, but you can take it into orbit. which is a massive boon. Second night, and we got some andesite alloy. That should help out quite a bit. We don't want to spend too much resources manually crafting this stuff, because it's more efficient to make it in an automated machine. But this should be enough to get us a windmill. Now, where are we going to set this? I kind of want to keep at about sea level, give or take. One above? Somewhere around there? Not liking that skeleton. Alright, so if we plan this out... Okay, so this is where the exit's gonna be. To our little home. Are you gonna play Vintage Story? I actually already have. I went all the way up to the Steel Age. It's a pretty frickin' good one. It reminds me a lot of Terra Firma Craft. You know, from the old mod. The old hardcore survival mod. A little less grindy, though, which I appreciate. There we go. Handle you. We're gonna need to... We do actually have a use for flowers in this mod pack, since we need rubber. And rubber can be made by that. There we go. By compacting any 4 flowers. It's highly focused on realism. Indeed it is. A little bit of water, some plants, and we get rubber. Rubber turns into cured rubber, which then can be turned into mechanical belts, which are going to be absolutely vital. Now I do want to kind of make a town aesthetic. So we're going to make a lot of use of paths. Should help out a little bit. I usually like to put my windmill, like, right out front. Sadly, there is no MC colonies in this. I'm going for, like, a town aesthetic. You know? Out front. Okay, back off. There we go. We're gonna have to put that as high as we can. Get a little bit higher. That should do it. This gigantic pillar is going to be built around now. Because we have access to a lot of wood. I'm thinking maybe spruce? There's a decent amount of them. As said, I'm an open book. What's your job right now? Unemployed. Although I used to be a cook, and I did get training to be an HVAC technician. Right now, I am existing off of welfare. And because of COVID, I managed to come into a bit of a windfall from the government. Thankfully. Which has given me enough time to, to try this out properly, you know? See if I can do it. And if I can, just how well. Although technically I'm not getting any welfare at the moment, mostly because I am above the limit. Hello, Dr. Pudum, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond, a automation-themed mod pack. We are still just in the starting up stages, but you're welcome to join us. God, I wish I had a server I could actually play this on, but sadly I do not. Back off. By all means. I see I lost the punch wood stage. Yeah, but not much else. We're still in the Stone Age, as it were. We're just in the middle of preparing our windmill, which I usually like to build kind of tight and cramped. It's a little awkward, but it can be done. Pretty easily, too. The thing I'm really worried about is explosives. Now, windmills are a easy source of rotational power. Indeed, windmill. They are a very easy source of rotational power. Their only downside is that, one, it requires a ton of wool, and I do mean a ton of it. So expect a lot of that. And it also requires a lot of space. See, because it's a windmill, so it needs, you know, wind. Go figure. That being said, it doesn't require any upkeep. It has a really high stress capacity. The sheep shall provide. Actually, why am I even explaining it like that if I have ponder? Kinetic sources. Windmill. Windmill bearings attached to the block in front of them, which you can then attach sails. If you right-click it, it will then start to spin. Pretty simply. The amount of sail blocks will determine its rotation speed. It is a really cool manual, and I wish more people did like this. Oh, you can actually change its rotation. Okay. Fair enough. Now what it doesn't... Oh wait, it does have some more. What's this say? Any structure can count as a valid windmill as long as it contains at least 8 sail-like blocks. Oh, well, okay then. Good to know. Now, what it doesn't explain is that there is a limit. There is a maximum that you can actually get the windmill to spin at. And that is 2 stacks of sail blocks. About that. Sail blocks are a little modified in this mod pack. This mod pack modifies a lot of things, as I'm sure you'll understand if you listen to me long enough. I'll say modified at least like 50 times. Sail blocks cost this. You can't make sail frames. Not as a basic thing. You have to make sail blocks like this. Now that's going to take a little bit of effort to do, but it should be able to be done. We are going to need shears, though. And the only shears that we have are these shears. Okay, we can get those pretty easily, I think. Only 1 wool. For 2 sails, which means we're going to need... For a full stack, we'll need a full stack of wool. It shouldn't be too hard to do. We will need a millstone, though. In Vintage Store, you need like 3 to 4 limited for a sail. Yeah, that's true, but in Vintage Store, you also can't shear sheep for the required materials, right? Make some buttons to make a cogwheel. That cogwheel will be used for a millstone if we can hook up a little bit of rock. That should be enough rock. There's no sheep. Yeah, there are. Vintage Story has sheep. You can get bighorn rams and ewes. The only problem is that they're the ones that produce milk. And that's it. Although I did like how they did that. They did the milk producing pretty well. So we're going to need to do a very basic setup, at least for now. This will allow us to convert hunger directly into metal. If I go hand crank, we'll need this thing. Hand cranks. Why did I think about another animal? Hand cranks can be used by players to apply rotational force manually. Hold right click to rotate it counterclockwise. Hold shift right click to do it clockwise. Simple as. And this is the best way to process ores early game. If you have absolutely no infrastructure, make a hand crank mill setup. It's really easy. You will kick yourself if you don't. Thought about goats. Fair enough. Yeah, sheep and goats are sort of similar. And to be fair, the sheep in Vintage Story act kind of like goats. They're kind of pricks. They'll just headbutt you for no reason. Iron dust. We're still not done processing this. See, iron dust only produces a nugget per, and you get 3 iron dust per ore. I really think they're goats, my guy. I'm sure they have a reason. Are they goats? Hold up, I need to look this up. Vintage story sheep. Yeah, they got bighorn sheep. The bighorn sheep are pricks, but they are sheep. Do they have goats? Vintage story goats. That looks like it's a mod specific thing. I mean, to be fair, a lot of players will probably murder some of the sheep and goats, but... Or sorry, sheep and... Now I'm doing it. Sheep and ram. But still, no reason for them to attack random players. Right? So our first goal... Or I guess not our first goal. Our first goal was getting the mill. Our second goal for metallurgy is going to be trying to make a Tinker's Meltery. Because we can't make a smeltery quite yet. Tinker's Construct modified their mod a little bit. See, now you can't go straight to the foundry. You gotta go to hell to get to the foundry. Now you have to start with a meltery. A very basic setup, but a functional one nonetheless. We're still gonna go for the whole... Oh yeah, straight to the nether. You need nether grout in order to make it. If I look up a foundry, as that's what it's called now, you need, well, there's also the modifications that this game makes, but still, scorched bricks. Scorched bricks are cooked nether grout, which is soul sand, magma cream, and gravel. You know, hellish stuff. But we're not going for that. We are going for a melter, which takes a lot less. Seared bricks only require the standard grout. So that's what we're going for. Because it's easily within our reach, and it does exactly what we need it to anyways. Hello, woodpecker. Woodpeckers are weird. Okay, that's fine. We can start claiming some of this sand as well. We need as much as we can. I'd like to get a stack of each. We already have a stack of clay, so we just need the sand and gravel now. Shouldn't take us too long, right? Alright, and over here. This should give us access to something. We could also go for the sediment strainer, which would also work just fine, but it would take a while to actually gather its needed material. There we go. That's the sand. Now we just need the gravel. Gravel can be found in all sorts of locations. I should probably replace that bottommost rung of the axle here with a cogwheel. That way we can more easily convert this over to a more automatic grinder. It's a shame we have to stoop this low and get our hands dirty. But so be it. Alright, so we can find gravel in the river pretty easily. That is always a good option. We could grab it from underground, but that would require more digging. I mean, I'm not against mining in Minecraft, but still. All that effort. Now we're going for the more easily accessible material. This stuff. It's gonna make the place a little less appealing to look at, yes, but still. Once we have our factory up, we're not gonna be looking outside the window much anyways, so it's fine. Like this material. We need a total of a full stack, and we're probably gonna get plenty of flint out of that. They did make us that swimming allows you to do this now. Need to hydrate? By all means, don't let me stop you. Also, you need sleep? Well, fair enough. I appreciate you stopping in nonetheless. I can assure you we'll be at a higher state of... It's like 151 for me here. Yeah, that would be pretty late. If you need to sleep, by all means, don't let me stop you. I can assure you we'll be a little bit further along by the time you get back. Thank you very much for stopping in. Got the fuck to sleep, my dude. Yeah, sleep does tend to have an effect on brains that isn't best described as good. So there is that. There we go. Take this into a more standard block, and then we can start cooking up the grout. Whoa, okay then. Ease there, Nightbot. Yeah. Apparently even Nightbot wants you to go to sleep. God damn. Bot got you good. Yeah, it does that. By all means, feel free to repost just with less caps. That'll make sure that you fly underneath the bot. Alright. We should be good to resume our little construction here. There we go. Shall retaliate later when I feel better and rested. Fair enough. I eagerly await your retaliation against the bot. Have a good night, Cutlin. Always nice to see ya. I hope your dreams are good today. Or tonight. Alright, we should be getting pretty close to the top. Yeah, okay. I think I got an idea of how high I want this to go. One more should suffice. And of course, we're short one, so... Now, this is going to be a very... Thank you, kind axolotl, sir. Sir, man. I haven't been called that before. Let's see, so... Good luck in your endeavors. Thank you very much. Although I can assure you, luck is not going to be needed here. I've already got this down pretty down. Pretty solidly down. I haven't automated the collection of wood, though, so we're gonna have to figure that one out. As well as collection of, various materials. See, I'm doing a little bit of a little bit more of a challenge, Pootum. I'm gonna be trying to, within the spirit of the mod, do as little work as possible. If I can automate something, I will automate something. That's the plan. That's going to be difficult to do because I'm not very good at automating with Create. So we're probably going to get some pretty janky machines, but at the same time, I'm going to do my best. There we go. We're going to put a gearbox up there so that we can actually tap into the rotational force that is provided by said windmill. Shouldn't take us too long to build something like that. Gearbox. We're going to need an andesite casing. That's pretty easy to make. Some gears. And there we go. Flip it a little bit so it's more functional. Now, ideally, I don't want to dig too far down myself. That sounds like work. I don't want to do much work. So we're going to be relying mostly on a little idea I've had for a machine. Basically an elevator, but with drills. Okay, so if I step one more out here. There we go. Place a casing there so that we can properly seal the place. You know, gotta make sure that we do that. We're gonna need a windmill bearing here. And a lot of sails. A lot of sails means we're gonna need a farm with some wheat growing. It also means we're gonna need that meltery. Thankfully, we've been cooking that that grout for a while now. Now, meltery. These things are pretty handy to have. We're gonna start with a heater. This thing is basically just a basically a standard controller. It's not too fancy. It functions, and that's all it needs to do. We're probably gonna set it up behind here, so that when we do eventually set up our home, it'll actually be a satisfactory spot. But we should be able to toss in, there we go, stone hoe. We're also going to need a little bit of glass in order to make the top half of it. Probably going to have to invest a little bit of resources into automating that thing so that we don't have to put in the effort of putting all the ore in. That sounds like a lot of work to me, and I don't want to work too much. I'm a lazy lottle. I don't want to work. You can't make me. So all we need to do to really semi-automate the meltery is to take a hopper and stick it on there. Just sort of slap it on. It's fine. There we go. Baby's first farm. There we go. This will allow us to make wheat, which will allow us to capture and store sheep long enough to shear them enough for the sales that we need. You know, get a real nice pastoral look going on. There we go. Clear out a little bit more of the shrubland. What is this biome we're in anyways? Oh, it's a flower meadow. Alright. We're gonna make it look a lot less pleasant. Huh, fireflies. Well, ain't that cute. Where can we find some sheep? And how are we gonna store these things? I guess we could store them on... Yeah, we're gonna simply set up a little bit of a fenced off area here. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Some spruce. Now, the one thing I am concerned about is future-proofing this thing. Because unfortunately, we are going to have to tamp this ground down. Eventually. Not right now, but eventually. And that means we're going to have to go through the annoying process of moving all the sheep down a level without having them escape. Okay, that should work out a little bit to our favor. Pick up some of these flowers. Huh. Oak palisade, huh? There's an idea. Get these guys to back off. And set up some more chests. Can always do with more chests. I'm thinking... Really? There we go. We're gonna need somewhere to store all of our flowers. At least for now. This is probably gonna be our, you know, mob chest where we store all the items that the mobs have dropped. Huh. Flower box goes here. That fell. Thankfully, it's not that quick. There we go. Hopefully that keeps them from attacking us further. I'm doubtful, but you know, a guy can hope. Take all these things. Probably clear out the rest of the pasture so we can actually... Yeah. Now, it does also have occultism, so we're probably going to make some use of it. Demons and all that. Could be helpful. Could be helpful. But, honestly, I'm not very good at occultism. Brain small. So, you know, there's that. I'll try my best to use it. No guarantees, though. This can also go here. Alright. Now, the other thing that is beneficial with the melteries is that, honestly, they're just really efficient space-wise. If you can set up a bunch of melteries where you need liquid metal, you're probably fine. You're probably not going to have to worry all that much about having any space issues with your area. Because they only take up a total of, like, what, 2 blocks to melt down metals? That being said, while they can still run on lava power, we're going to have to find a way to actually properly acquire enough lava for that to work. That being said, I can think of a couple ways. My main method at the moment is to just drop down a pump and just pipe it all the way up so that it actually reaches the surface. And we can use that as a fuel source. But we're a ways away from that, so I wouldn't hold my breath that we get there today. Probably, maybe tomorrow, maybe. That's a major maybe. We'd have to actually get down to bedrock level in order to have a good chance of finding a solid pool of lava to pull from. But it could be done. As for the rest of the machinery, that's mostly relying on the windmill. Once we get some mechanical power there, we should be set for a while. Hook that up so that we can actually process our ores into a usable state. I don't see any sheep immediately around us. Guess we're gonna have to go hunting. Let's take that bone and grind it up so we get a little bit more bone meal out of it. Thankfully, the millstone doesn't really care which direction you spin it at, it just goes. By a little bit, I guess I mean 4, not 3, but still 4 is better than 3, I guess. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to. It just goes. It doesn't care which direction you put it at. It's a millstone. What's it gonna do? It just works. Convert these into sticks. Collect some more spruce so that we're actually ready to capture some sheep. Lord knows I don't want to get them over here and then have nowhere to put them. Now I do have to wonder how the hell we're gonna... Todd Howard explaining it. Pretty much. Todd Howard trying to explain how to get people to buy Skyrim for the 33rd time. It just works. We're gonna have to figure out a few more methods of doing things. Because I do have the basic principles in my head on how to automate collecting wood and all that, but actually doing it is a different matter. It's very easy to learn how the refrigeration cycle works. It's a pain in the butt to try to apply that to real world. Where's our Skyrim 2? I think that's what Elder Scrolls Oblivion was supposed to be. No, that was the one I'm thinking about is the MMO that they put out. Because they didn't make an MMO of Elder Scrolls for some reason. Not the way I would have imagined it going, but I mean, well, okay, sure. They did that. They're still promoting it for some reason, I don't know why. Store all our flowers, because we're gonna need to crush them up into a fine paste later. Some wheat. Right, we do actually need to set up a gate. Azura bless their souls. They're trying. There we go. We got a pasture. Alright, where are they? Where are some sheep? We are probably also gonna have to... Oh god. We're gonna have to go through the effort of... Okay, owl? I'll take your eggs. We will also have to go through the process of trying to find gold so we can actually start providing ourselves with some solid materials. But that shouldn't be too hard to do, honestly. Are there any sheep around? I did mark that with a waypoint, so we can always make our way back, but... Any sheep? I see foxes, but not sheep so far. Penguins... huh. Well, there's some pumpkins that we can use. There's that. I'm not sure how the hell we'll automate pumpkins, but... I mean, we can try. Oh, hey, an igloo. Sure. There should be a... thing around here. Right? No, nothing here? Okay. They just have carpeting. And a bed that we're gonna steal, because, you know, it's a bed. I don't want to waste some wool on a bed. Any sheep? Penguins? Nothing but penguins, eh? What is that over there? Is there a way to automate breaking a block? Yes. That would be with a drill, but I don't know how well that would work, you know? I guess you can make it into an automated machine that just goes up and down until it breaks a block and picks it up. But still, drill the pumpkin. Yeah, if I go to it, drill. The mechanical drill. Breaking blocks with a mechanical drill. When given rotational force, it will break blocks. Go figure. But it's more efficient if you, instead of putting it like this, do this instead. Attach it to a contraption, because then you can move these drills directly into something. Plus, you can also have them auto-pick up stuff. It's the application that's the matter here. No sheep. Well, sheep. I don't know if there's a way to auto-shear things, though, is the question. Sheepless. What? No sheeps? Touch fleece. There we go. Some flamingos that are way outside their depth. Apparently. Touch wool. Yeah. Maybe across the river. That could help. That might have something of use. Never know. Now we will be using a lot of really weird contraptions, some more dangerous ones. I don't know if we have bulk haunting. Do we have haunting? No, we don't have bulk haunting, sadly. Wait, what? Slag bricks into cracked slag bricks. Slag. Okay, then. Not sure why you would want slag. I know that you can use it as a reagent in certain induction furnace recipes to give you a little bit more material, but still, slag? For that? Why would you want impurities? I guess we could also turn it into rock wool. Although, sadly, rock wool isn't very useful as a sale ingredient. It is unable to be burned, so there's that. Huh. Oak planks. Brown seat. A blaze burner. Naturally. I mean, I'll take their burner, because I want it. I don't know what to do with it, but I want it. I still desire it. Where the hell is it? My kingdom for sheep. There's some cows, which will definitely be useful in the future, but not useful right now. But it does look like we're making some headway in the exploration game. Gotta be something around here, right? I mean, theoretically, we could grind out some spiders, but we don't really have a good way of doing that right now, do we? Eggs, that's fine. Looks like my kilobytes are still fine, so that's good. Glad to see that, at least. Where the hell is some sheep? Now the plan for the sheep is pretty simple. We're just gonna do a standard, vanilla-style Minecraft farm. Just set them up and then come by every once in a while to shear them. We do still need to find a little bit more iron ore in order to actually extract the materials that we need. But for the most part, we should be fine. Oh, we are also going to need to shift over to lava power if we can. Ugh, wolves. What is that? Oh, it's a penguin. Okay, then. Alright then, Pingu. Is there any... Finally, some frickin' sheep. We don't care about the color of their wool, we just care that they are sheep, and that's it. Wool acquired. Let's get you 4 over this way. Oh, great. Here comes the phantoms. That's nice, buddy. Hello, sheep. This way, please. buggers. At least we got plenty of spots to hide from them. It's not exactly hard to evade them. Yet. Bad phantoms. No attacking. Bonk. Fantastic. Exactly. Everyone likes phantoms. Ow. May have to bail on this one. At least for now. Seeing as we have a bed. Yeah, okay. We'll bail for now. Just for now. We'll return once we're rested. But right now we just go. Ow. Not doing great. Oh god. So we just have to follow the river until we encounter them again. Okay, good. Shouldn't be too hard to do. What matters is that we found them. We can bring them back now. To safety. That safety being a little pasture that they will never escape from and will be used entirely for their keratin extrusions. Shouldn't take too long to do it. It is weird how keratin makes up so many different things. Yeah, we can use that pillar up there in order to sleep soundly. I'm just here. There we go. Safe from everything but me. Exactly. Exactly. Everything but the one that they really should be concerned about. And that should also cure us of any, you know, normal nighttime mobs that we don't want to deal with. You play any Minecraft lately, Dr. Poodum? If you don't mind me asking? I have not. Fair enough, fair enough. Is that mostly just because not too interested in Minecraft, or... Wanted to, though. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. What kind of mod packs are you into? So, like, specifically. Are you more of an adventuring type, or more of an automation type? Let's see. Get these ones back. Shouldn't take us too long. Buying it into Brazil is a pain. Oh god, yeah, I imagine so. God, I wish I could just pick them up and carry them. Pick up sheep and take off with it. Done. Growing still, that's good. Like a bit of everything packs? Eh, fair enough. Nothing wrong with a variety pack, right? Man, that black sheep is taking a while. We may have to take off without it. God, I don't know what it is about these things' faces, but for whatever reason I see the little white dots as their irises. Rather than the black ones. And it adds a little bit of a creep factor to them. Are the ones who do interesting stuff with this progression. So like, Twilight Forest then? Between lands? That sort of thing? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Is there a particular Thaumcraft you find, like, the best, or...? Just Thom in general. Come along, sheep. I wish I could just pick them up and walk them off into the horizon. Just grab them and drag them over. The last one was the best for you. Eh, fair enough. I did like how that one had some actual, like, consequences to it. In which, yeah, if you cause too much flux to build up, it'll just freaking rip a hole in reality. And cause major problems for you. But I don't know, I like the flux better, personally. It is more, or sorry, the taint as a entity more. Something about it just felt more threatening, even though the rifts were more likely to actually cause problems. You know what I mean? The taint is cooler. Yeah. I do, however, like the way the taint works in the latest Thaumcraft more, though. It feels more threatening, because it's not just like an organic plague, it is a plague on the world, period. It will afflict everything, even stone. It does not care. It definitely feels more threatening. And the taint seeds are interesting. I just kind of wish it was more effective at hiding them, I guess. In order to cause some problems. Oh, that's the sheep acquired. Now we just have to acquire some more iron so that we can properly process that stuff. Because there's no way in hell that we're going to be able to make a mold right now. That's just not in the cards. But we can make a big old block, so there is that. Make an ingot gauge. Bleh. Change liquid and broken, and a seared melter. Plop, there we go. So this thing is pretty simple. Take some coal. Let's use just this coal. Throw it in the heater. Take your metal ore, which we have on hand. Throw it in the top. Now, normally you'd be able to get, like, 3 nuggets per ore, generally speaking. At least in this mod. But in this case, this will get us the whole ingot rather than just a couple nuggets, you know? That being said, we cannot actually process individual ingots, so we're going to have to rely on the casting basin. That'll get us whole blocks of ore, but the problem is we don't have the iron yet, so we're just going to have to dig for a little bit. It shouldn't take us too long to find more iron ore. It's decently common, but it's still a pain. We have to get our nails dirty and all that. It sucks. It especially sucks that we can't even automate it at this point. We just don't have the ore to do it. I do hear a cavern, though, which could be useful. Good thing you can just magically turn blocks into ingots. I know, right? Being able to just crush it in your hands into individual ingots is really useful. Hello. Let's pop open this cave proper. Ow. Rude. We're probably gonna have to secure that entrance. We're probably gonna set that up as a elevator stop as well, because it is possible to set those things up as stops. With a little bit of extra wiring, you can do it. It is a really cool effect. I agree. I'm not sure if it's a vanilla thing or if it's a thing that got added in by the mod pack or what, but it is a really nice effect. We don't need these. We don't need these. Just toss these here, I guess, for now. Make sure we have a respawn point there, and let's explore a little bit. See what we can find. Because if we can just cherry pick things, I would bet it's a mod thing. That's a pretty safe bet for the most part. Yeah. Now, there is a few extra concerns that exist in the caves. That being cracked cobblestones. Those things are very dangerous. They can and will collapse under your feet. And if they collapse under your feet, well, then you're suddenly stuck in this pit of crumbled rock. And they can very easily send you falling into a new cave. That being said, they're very easy to dig. So there's that. Oh, Jesus. That is creepy, but I like it. Ooh. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, then. Sure, game. Sure, we'll go with that. Because it's an internal server, yes, single player can lag. It's weird. Thankfully, we don't have to care all that much about experience points. Yeah, I was surprised too, as was the game. Wish my corpse would get out of the way, but you know, whatever. We may need some better hardware to handle these problems. Indeed, there is a mod that adds in corpses. So you can see yourself dead, lying there on the ground. There's some collapsible rocks that I don't want to get into now. Some glow stools. Yeah, we're gonna have to secure that front area. If we can set up a little bit of a operating base. Okay, but why? Think of it like a gravestone. That's basically what it is. It's just there to exist. So you can grab your stuff from it and go. That being said, the body will not survive magma, so there is that problem. Lava is still a death sentence to your inventory. Pretty useful, though. And unlike Corral, it has a bit more balance to it. Since the body doesn't actually do anything. Yes, that's a nice zombie, but I'm busy here. Thank you. That should help us secure the spot a little bit. Hello, Revenger Kindly. How you doing? Welcome to Create Above and Beyond. We're doing a bit of a challenge mod pack where we're going to try to do as little work as possible. The less that we have to do, the better. How you doing? How was Gingerweb's stream? Hopefully my pawn there helped out a little bit. With the Utilibonk. Currently grinding some knights. In what game, if you don't mind me asking? Pop open some more stones. Ah, Elden Ring, fair enough. Nothing wrong with grinding a few runes out, you know? Ginger is still streaming. Well, good on her. Hopefully the character that I set up there will help out. Apothecary is a very useful class to pick. Alright, let's see. We set up... We're gonna have to set up so many freaking walls. We can refurbish some of this cobblestone by doing this. That gives us something. Because this cave is gargantuan. What is vigor? If I remember correctly, vigor controlled your stamina and encumbrance. Basically, how much you can roll and how much you can equip. If I remember right. Level ups will also show you what stats they change into what. So there's that. How's a stone picker? That's absolutely fine. Nobody is used to Souls-like games when they first start, you know? It takes practice. Everyone was a noob at some point. Oh god. Random ore. That ore, that purple stuff right there, takes an iron pickaxe, but will give you literally anything. Who knows what it will give you? It could be valuable, it could be junk. It's probably junk. But it could be valuable. It could be shiny, it could be the opposite of shiny. Oh, it could be concrete powder, I don't know. It's basically a loot box. Don't know what's damaging that zombie, but okay. When nothing remains, everything is equally possible. That's nice and dead. There we go. I do really like the echo effect, though. It's very nice. Very atmospheric, you know? Hi, zombies. Gonna have a lot of rotten meat tonight, aren't I? I feel like that's a quote, Udam. I just don't know what it is. You know? I don't know what it's from. Is it a quote? It could be. One with nothing. I don't recognize that title, but that definitely does sound like a tome of some sort. The magic card. Ah, I see. Ah, magic has gotten a little bit flowery with its language, hasn't it? Thankfully not very flowery in the descriptions of what they actually do. Lord knows there's enough arguments already about that. It's not what I wanted to place, but okay. You can always pick it up again. Okay, so we need to still set up a bit more. God, it's been a while since I played Magic. I played Elden Ring on PC. I streamed it. As a warning, the archive does contain spoilers, so, you know, be wary of that if you intend to play spoiler-free. And specifically, I did the Ronnie ending. There were Shakespeare quotes in the first sentence. Really? I honestly didn't know that. Damn it. Damn it, Magic. I mean, I can sort of see them doing it. Also, you kill my waifu. I don't know what you're referring to. I excised the rot. That's what mattered. For millennia. I'm surprised I haven't seen many millennial jokes. That feels like it's like the first thing my mind goes to. Their waifu. The rot. Look, man. Eventually you gotta throw out the Dakimakura when it starts to grow mold. I'm just saying. You can't keep it forever. A little more iron dust so we can, you know, powder it in, sprinkle it in, convert it into a proper block format. It should give us enough to automate this process of tossing in ores. I forgot to give it a nozzle. Yeah. Singular seared faucet, just to plop it on, and there we go. We can now process ores pretty efficiently. Not perfectly efficiently, mind you, but pretty efficiently. Efficiently enough. There we go, some hardware, yeah, I don't know. Millennia, I think, kind of deserves it for having that waterfowl dance. Screw that dance. Is the worst. But god damn if that isn't a really cool design that she's got. I really did like the design of Millennia. Especially her second phase. It looks freaking badass. Hurrah, wool. We're gonna need a couple stacks of wool. That's a lot of ore. But it'll be worth it. If we just occasionally come up and trim our sheep a little bit. Trim our hedges here. We should be good. It is incredibly anime looking. I completely agree with you. It is the most weeby transition I've seen for a Dark Souls boss. Pretty much forever. I still need to do Bloodborne. Maybe I should do that sometime. Yeah, maybe after we're done with this mob pack. I don't know. It's a lot of creepers that I'm not too keen on. God, that is a big cavern. I have no idea how the hell we're gonna light all this up. Here's some damage. Enough to deal with some of them. Yeah, that'll not work. Ah, well. We can always reclaim our stuff. It's not too hard to do. We didn't die to the lava, so there's that. We do still need to find more iron. We did spot a lot of it. It's just, you know, swimming in mobs. I guess we could always make a... We do have a couple spare ingots. We can't make a Tinker's Blade yet, but we can make a standard blade, and that will help out a little bit. It's something. It's a shame to have to use it, but I don't think we have a good chance of actually getting at the iron we need without this. So we're just gonna have to suck it up and deal with it, you know? So I wish more Dark Souls bosses had transitions similar to Millennia. Don't get me wrong, Godric is a hell of a transition. I really like his transformation. Oh no, that's not Godric, is it? That's Godfrey, the wannabe. No, it was Godric the Grafted, right. Rick was the one who grafted everything onto himself. Why can't creepers just fall into the broken stones. I mean, Godric's transformation was frickin' amazing. But still. I'm still not entirely sure what the hell the whole Estelle thing is. What the Void Beasts are. I get the feeling they're... I mean, they're clearly related to the stars somehow, but, like, how? Exactly. And why are they there? Just seems weird as all. Hopefully you guys can see decently. So it doesn't look like I'm just kind of pressing my face against darkness. Could be everything. Ooh, some seeds. I wasn't expecting that, but sure. We'll take it. Right. Collapsible stones. I almost died by flying dragon Agil. Yeah, Agil is nasty. My recommendation for any dragon is use the horse. The darkness embraces all. And it's cold embrace. We try our best not to die, but we probably will die quite a bit. Let's see, let's throw this here. Yeah, we'll just throw that there. And grind up some more. I'll produce a decent amount of material. I stumbled on him. Yeah, that's fair. Torrent will help a lot with overworld bosses just in general, because it's very hard for enemies to actually hit you while you're riding Torrent. As well as the fact that getting onto Torrent and dismounting without jumping on Torrent, or jumping off a Torrent, has a lot of iframes, like really generous iframes. So those are a few little tips I can provide. Let's just chow down on some sweet berries, because we can. Hopefully they're not toxic, but I don't think we have much of a choice. There we go. Yeah, Flying Dragon Agil is probably the first dragon you're ever going to encounter. He is not the only dragon, though, as a warning. I'll start cooking those. We should probably consider actually building some walls. Just a few walls. You know, something. There's never just one dragon. Never, ever. And he's not even the only dragon type. There is some truly terrifying ones. Smelting. Gathering resources by hand. Much to my disgust. Level 8. Okay, that might not be high enough to deal with a Agil yet. Might not be enough. But you know, if you actually fight it, that frickin' bravo for your bravery, my dude. What are you loading, game? The game has locked up. Why? Okay then, why is it frozen? But yeah, the dragons, generally speaking, the best way to deal with them is to hang out by their right leg with Torrent, and you should be able to get a little bit of a better chance. Oh, there we go. Why aren't I getting any sounds from my feet hitting the ground? Oh, there it is. I guess not on grass? That's really weird. Can't say I'd expect grass to not have any sound. Huh. No, it's just very quiet. Okay, then. Well. That's fun. So, our next task. I've got plenty of, well, metal to play with. Hopefully enough metal. It only takes 7... Yeah, okay. Give or take 7 in order to get enough to start building a single stack's worth. And this should build up the rest of it. Almost died to a crab. Yeah, the crabs are surprisingly tough. Don't underestimate crab. The crustaceans of peril is what they are. Now we do still need to set up another chest there for ingots and ore. Something to, you know, hold our shinies, our valuables. All the glittery stuff. Crabs are the peak of biological evolution. Exactly. Personalization is a thing. Grind if you feel you need to. This is a Souls game, so expect some mobs to kick your ass just flat out, basically. In general. I'm not gonna tell you how to play, my dude. So we need 3 more ingots and then we can not mill, but produce a decent amount of metal again. I'm going to turn you into a crab next. Nature abhors a lack of crab. So we're gonna need at least 6 stacks of sticks. This will provide us with enough. Alright. Yes, I'm right. 6 stacks of sticks. In order to properly make these sails. And once we have these sails, we can start... Mention the dung eater, but he turns people into crabs instead. No. See... The alternate universe of the Dung Eater is the Loathsome Bun Eater. Obviously. Spreading the crust. There we go. The Loathsome Dung Eater apparently is such an important NPC that he actually has a frickin' ending all to himself. Apparently. Which is weird as hell. But, I mean, it makes some sense why he has his own frickin' ending, but I still don't get why. The benign bombarder. Yeah. I don't know if he's, benign. Also, hello, Holy Spokes. How you doing? Welcome to Create. Your name color is the exact same as Putum's, so you blend in really quickly. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond. We're going to be trying to do as little work as possible, because screw that. What am I, some sort of peasant? Okay, but tired. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Who wears it better, though? I choose not to answer. God, I need some way of auto-shearing these things. Is there a way to auto-shear these? Drowsy for the latter end of the week. Oh, that's fun. Is it just like a mental fog or in general? 2 naps, goddamn. Well, nothing wrong with that. In general. Ugh. That does not sound pleasant at all. Hopefully it gets better soon. Clear out the shrubs, because we don't want them here. It won't take us too long to scrap these. And this does have another alternative... Alternative? Ulterior, that's the word I was looking for. Ulterior motive. See, we're gonna need to actually grow one of these saplings into a proper, full-blown tree. At some point. But for now, just shredding these shrubs is a very handy thing to do right now. There we go. Keep the phantoms at bay and allow us to keep working. Even though I'm not sure how the hell we actually managed to sleep without getting killed. Apparently tough as nails on newer versions of Minecraft don't have the temperature dynamic thing. Really? That's certainly interesting. Is it just a water thing then? So what's the point? Of this mod pack or tough as nails? I guess mostly just for realism. More realism type deal. That is a good question, though. This is true. And I've already found it quite interesting, although I'm still trying to wrap my head around some ideas that I've been grappling with. I'm going to be trying to put these ideas into, you know, into operation here, but I am smooth-brained, so please, have patience. Thankfully, a singular windmill is enough to get a decent amount of machines running. So long as you accept the standard speed that they run at. We should be able to shear off these as well. Get a little bit more, you know, a little bit more space cleared out. Lord knows. We're gonna need it. As I'm sure Holy Spoke is well aware, we're gonna need it. At least until we get to the point where we get to applied energistics. There's some more shrubbery over there that we can take full advantage of. I wonder if we can make full use of the furs. We might be able to, but I don't know. That would be a really solid way to generate large quantities of wood real quick. You're able to deploy a bunch of fir saplings and then... yeah. A deployer plus a bunch of saplings would definitely work well for the basis of that. Because deployers can just place things without much issue. The main question is, can we set it on its side and then just have it deploy? And we can also have it refuel itself pretty easily. So that we don't have to be there and, you know, refuel it with a bunch of saplings. Because why would we want to be there? I mean, really, that sounds like work. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're almost there. One more stack of sticks and we should be able to fund this sale operation. Because I rarely, if ever, want to have a sail that's, or a windmill that's not operating at full capacity, you know? I like having the big ass windmills. The bigger the better. At least we don't have to put on, like, some string onto this thing. Lord knows that's kind of what hampered our progress on the airships, but... Alright, so... Our next thing that we can do. We have a little bit of spare iron, which means that we can spend that iron on a knife. Now, a knife doesn't do a lot of damage. It's actually kind of dinky as a weapon, but as a tool, it's great. Because as a tool, it allows you to harvest grass with a chance of getting, I think it's called thatch? Something like that. And this thatch will allow you to get access to canvas. Canvas is used in the creation of sediment sifting. That will allow us to get a large quantity of sand without much issue. The only problem is that I don't really know of a way to efficiently generate... A way to efficiently generate the required sieves in order to acquire that sand easily. Although, if we were able to get some rice seeds, we would be able to... Hold on. Yeah, we could use rice. I don't know what we would do with the byproduct, that being the rice, but... We can then turn those straw directly into canvas, and then that canvas can be used to make the sediment strainer, which can then be fed directly into the... Yeah, okay then. That's an idea. I mean, we could eat it, but I mean... Is there another purpose for it? There's no way... At the amount that I'm thinking of to make the thing work properly. Brown mushroom colony. Huh. Okay then. At the scale I'm thinking of, there's no way in hell that we'd be able to eat all that rice. There just isn't. I'm sorry. We can try, but... With the amount I'm thinking of, I'm not sure if a city in Japan will be able to. Grab a iron ingot, and then we're gonna make a little shank here. Just a little something to give things a little shivin'. Never know. Might need it. And that'll fill up our wool collection. Good, good, good. That'll help. We can also make... large quantities of string, but I don't know if we can actually use string in making the required stuff. That looks like it's a no. Unfortunately, we can't. However, we have the materials, so why not make it? Sail. That'll do. Yeah, we can use an andesite casing. It won't quite fit the rest of the building, but it will work decently enough. It'll function. And now begins the extensive building process we're going to have to deal with. How are we going to do this? Well, first we need a windmill bearing, clearly. A turntable... a stone, and an axle. That shouldn't be too hard to do. I'm familiar with axles. I'm very familiar with axles. So... wood. I mean, we have green heart that we can use, sure. Now I have to wonder, sawmill, because we're going to have to figure this out eventually. How are we going to work this? Upward facing. It'll just go through it. Okay, then. That produces the... Okay, I see. Always moves against the rotational input of the saw. Saws can work in line with... Okay, that's how you do it. An ingredient has multiple possible outcomes. The filter slot can specify it. Without the filter, it would cycle through all outcomes instead. Cutting trees with a mechanical saw will cut trees directly in front of it. I'm not sure how the algorithm or decision-making process of that works, but... Saws to break the last block connecting it to the ground. Okay. And then there's contraptions. Whenever they're moved as part of an animated contraption, it will cut any trees the contraption runs into. If you have an inventory on it, it will pick them up. Okay then. Good to know. That could be useful. And how do we get sawdust? From a pulverizer? Yeah, okay then. That's certainly something. Let's make that windmill bearing so that we can actually build this thing. And start getting some speed. Right, we need some, what's the word? Spruce. This will allow us to actually have some building material to move around on. A little bit of scaffolding, you know? Because we don't have legit scaffolding. Sadly. That'll do it. We just need enough to, like, move around on, because I make these things frickin' huge. So, there's that. This isn't exactly going to be a small little dinky windmill that spins a little bit. No, this is going to be a hefty fucker. Something big enough to really make people pause and say, what the frickin' hell is that? A chonky boy, if you will. Yep. Now to block ourselves off from the rest of the building. Well, that's a thing. Alright, they usually go... I step over here. And then step over here. Now what I wish I could do is I wish I could rotate the windmill so I could build one sail at a time. But sadly I can't. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's actually try a different design than I usually do. Oh, this one is pretty hefty. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thicken the blades a little bit. Just a little bit. How am I gonna get up there? That is a really silly contraption. Wait a second, I misplaced this, didn't I? Yeah, okay, that's a problem. Well, hell, that's on me. We're gonna have to shift those sail blocks back a bit. As well as the rest of our contraption. God damn it, alright. Should still be functional, though. All I really have to do is build up our... Really... There we go. What else do we need? Probably start claiming this area. Mostly just so that it doesn't get blown the hell up. go. So we need stone. About a little bit of an axe. Just something to, you know, wedge off those pieces. We can't use an engineer's wrench because engineer's wrenches are expensive, annoyingly. But we can make full use of this. Shear off these chunks of wood. God, I wish I could just vein mine these things. Sadly, that is not a viable option right now. I can assure you an engineer's wrench would be able to do this a lot quicker, but I just don't have one, and they cost gold to make, so... yeah, that's not happening yet. Just gotta fix this problem. If nothing else, we have the spare wool and materials to just, you know, build more if we ever lose one for some reason. Although I seriously doubt that's gonna happen. The likelihood of that is just vanishingly small. Grab these. Now, I'm not sure if crowd control would work on this game, although I'd like to try it at some point. Because crowd control is similar to Rim Connect and all of that, but it just modifies how the game runs. I would like to test it, though. I'm thinking I'll probably try to get it ready for next stream. I was planning on doing it this stream, but then I kind of got lazy and, you know, I don't have it right now, so. But I do want to try it. There we go, that should handle it. I don't know, would you be interested in that? And we're up at the top again. Let's see what we can make here. I'm thinking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. That's one chief of sales completed. 2, 3. I want this one back. Thank you. Mostly so that I can walk between, you know, sides pretty easily. At least for now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Taking it out a bit so we get a little bit more wind. Alright, so if I do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chonk it out a bit. You know, get it a little bit more hefty. That'll help a little bit, but that's nowhere near enough. There we go. So that used a total of 68 blocks. Not including the center one, that's 60, so that's 20 blocks apiece. That's not going to be enough. But we'll finish off this one as well. Get it done, you know? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. There we go. Yeah, 20 apiece. So we still have 10 blocks to spend on each one. I am kind of liking the shape of them so far. Could be a little better though. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could have them sort of meet up a little bit. Almost meet up. Not quite meet up, you know? Yeah, I think this will work. It's an okay design. It's not exactly a fancy design, but it is functional. It'll work. There we go. Yeah. I don't know if that would work in real life, but I mean, this ain't real life, so I don't have to worry about it. Although that is one way of trying to make aesthetics in Minecraft. Trying to make it look like it could work in real world situations. And that'll generally help designing things. Even if I'm not great at it, you know? Now, sails are pretty useful tools. You can actually use them to make some interesting devices with a clockwork bearing, or in this case, a windmill bearing. You can even make it so that you can have your opponents, if you have like a trap set up, you can make it so that it just rotates around into a pit of spikes. Pretty useful. Very dangerous too. But still, pretty interesting. There we are, a mild breeze and a strong breeze, and now we got some spin. Now with the addition of this, yeah, strong breeze is a windmill of maximum strength. With that running, we now no longer have to grind things up ourselves. So there's that. On top of that, this is going to provide way more than enough rotational force to spin other things as well. We're still going to have to, you know, flesh out this building. At the moment, it's purely for utility, and that's it. We place that there. That'll thicken that up a little bit. Set that there. Thinking a basic spruce flooring will do just fine for this right now. But we are going to have to work on this underground section here, because that's not where it ends. Now we begin the arduous task of setting up underground passages. Make it look like the frickin' catacombs, but for rotational force. Now there's a helpful little tip, a little trick that I use when it comes to create. See, create has the problem of rotation, in which it is entirely possible for you to wind up with a rotation that is the exact opposite of what you need. Generally speaking, how I think of it is, if it's even, it'll reverse the rotation. If it's odd, it will always maintain rotation. Generally speaking, when it comes to cogs, that's how it works. Which allows you to pull off some weird shenanigans. Now, I'll try not to use gearboxes too much if I can avoid it. I guess I can make a large gear, a pair of large gears to make that work. Yeah, that could work. I'll try to use gears rather than boxes, mostly because gears are way more versatile. So I don't have to have a bunch of gearboxes sitting around in my inventory. Because I had to remove some bits and then I just had spares. So we're going to try to use those, because large gears are way more reusable. Large cogwheels. These things can be used for some weird stuff. And by weird stuff, I mean this. I set that up and then that. Yeah, there we go. Some old-fashioned gearboxes. Unfortunately... Oh, no, I can absolutely place around it. There we go. They don't even need to be visible. Plus, I think this looks nicer. I don't know, what do you think? It looks like it's a little off, but it does look nicer to me. I don't know why. Set down a spruce plank. Set down a large cogwheel. Set down another large cogwheel. And then I'll rotate that. Yeah. Much more cozy. There's no reason for me to restrict myself like this to only using large cogwheels. Gearboxes do more or less the same thing, but I don't know, I kind of want to. So I'm doing it. Okay. Next target. What do we want to automate first? We could automate collection of kelp. We could automate the collection of andesite. There's a few things that we can automate right off the bat. It's just a question of what first. Actually, no, we can't automate collection of andesite quite yet. We'd have to make an ungodly amount of cogs in order to make that work. No, we'd have to use a few belts, which means rubber. That can be arranged. However, in order to get rubber to work, we're going to need a few things. Mostly, we're going to need a press, which means we need a little bit more ore. God damn it. Alright. Shouldn't be too hard to acquire, but... Any iron... There's some iron. Exposed to the world. And because we don't have to grind these, we can just sort of throw them up there and then start working on the infrastructure for it. Now, we do still have to shift it from the millstone to the actual intended destination, which is a real shame, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Crushed iron. You can go in here. So, andesite. How are we going to do that? I guess we can do it by just continuing our little tunnel leading down. That would work. It's a little limited, but we could do that, yes. The other thing we would need is enough iron to set up the press in order to make the rubber required. It's not great, but it is what it is. Okay then, buddy. We'll need a... What else could we use? So we'll need an andesite machine in order to get the inventory to... Or some... Not even an andesite machine. We'll need a gear shift in order to allow it to reverse rotation. We'll need a clutch in order to get it to stop. We need a mixer to make it more efficiently. God, we got a lot of steps that we need to do. God. But it shouldn't be too brutal. Hopefully. High aspirations. The andesite lift. All your andesite is likely not being generated near your factory. Figure out a way to bring it to the surface. Yeah, the lift could work. Or we could take it up by belt. Catching sediment. A good way to automate sand at this moment is to build strainers. Okay. Underwater garden. Kelp is a vital ingredient to our first assembly line target, andesite alloy. Kelp can be gathered automatically with mechanical harvesters. This is true. But in order to make it work, we're going to need a... We're going to need a vat containing a lot of water, which means we need a bucket. Kinda already need a bucket. Contraption 1 is to... Well, we can't make those, really, can we? 7-1. Dear God. That's a lot of steps. Right, we need to cook you. 6, 1, 5. Contraption 1, contraption 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 7, 7, 1, 7, 2, 7, 3, 8. We got a few contraptions we'll need to do. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Now, deployers require the access to gold, and we're going to need a total of 12 gold in order to actually make it work. Plus 1 for a ingot cast so we can make things a little more easier on our basin here. That being said, it should be doable. I'm thinking... Yeah, we're going to have to dig all the way down to bedrock. If for no other reason than to get the andesite lift to work. Or the andesite collection to work. It shouldn't be too hard to carry up the andesite once we have it, though. We're going to need a mechanical press. This requires an andesite machine. Okay. Mechanical console and mechanical screen, huh? Aren't you something? Mechanical chair. This requires an andesite machine. Andesite machines require a lot of pieces to them, but it is doable. We're gonna need some stone and iron. We have a little bit of stone on us. So we're gonna have to make a few by hand, much to my chagrin. But it is necessary. Some logs in order to make the chassis for these mechanisms. Andesite casings simply to actually put it together. I'm gonna need a smith's table to actually... Yeah. God, we need so much iron. I have a question. We are eventually gonna have to figure out, like, what sort of aesthetic we're going for. And I'm curious what kind of aesthetic you guys want to do. Like, what specifically should we make this thing look like, right? Because there's a few options I can think of. We could go with Brutalist, where it's just basically blocks, and that's it. We could go with a more fancy one with some shingles or something. We're not quite at that point yet. But we will eventually. We'll have to be ready for it, for the most part. We're definitely going to need more. We're definitely going to have to start farming food at some point, and in large quantities. I think the best way of doing that would probably be to automate a... Not that. To automate the generation of bread. If for no other reason than loaves are just the most portable. And later on we can also convert it so that any excess bread gets thrown into the export machine so we can start making money. More money sounds good to me, but... Like these as well. Okay then. Well, I guess we're just punching this. provide us with a little bit more wood to work with. Some charcoal. Yeah, that's enough for now. We'll have to work with it. A little bit more torches. Just something to light up our way, you know? Make sure we don't get lost down here. And we could go caving a little bit more, but that's dangerous as hell and won't get us to bedrock anytime soon. Let's chisel out a little more stone. Okay, so it's like this then, okay. We're not quite flat with it, oh god. There we go. A little bit of protection, just gotta make sure. That's nice, zombie. Okay. Right in from the backside. Nope, nope, we're not dealing with that. You can just get the hell out of our mine shaft. Just scrape the walls a little bit. Come on. You stay over there, thank you. What can we do with this? Where's our next torch? There. There. Right there. Gotta make sure you light up your mine shafts. Don't want anything spawning in here. You know? Yeah, that's cute. You can stay out there. Huh. Not great. But it's just gonna have to work. We're using diorite cobble for a little bit. It's gross, but we're just gonna have to. Even though it looks like pigeon dung, we're gonna have to work with it. Regrettably. Work the stone. Work the stone you got, not the stone you want, fortunately. Rude. Probably scrap some more material from here. A little bit of matter to build our mine shaft out a little bit more. Just a little something. Crack the rock. That? What I think it is. No, it's apatite. Okay. Well, apatite's not bad either. Apatite is a crystalline form of fertilizer, basically. You can mix it in with sand and other stuff to make it usable, basically. There we go. That'll solidify our position. No one dead coming through here. Lock that off. Make sure that we can get as deep as we can. And eventually we're going to trash this disgusting hand-dug tunnel down and make it out of something superior. A contraption, if you will. Something a little bit more elegant, you know? The Drill-evator, as I will be calling it, I'm sure. Something to ensure that we don't have any interruptions on the way down. There we go, chiseled out. Just gotta keep carving our way down. Then we can also use this drill elevator to move material up and down pretty easily. Really? More caves. Okay, then. That's certainly something, I'll give it that. Alright. Chisel out a little bit more stone, and we should be reaching bedrock soon enough. We're at 24. It's not half bad, I gotta admit. Might as well make use of this while we got it. Turn into a crafting bench so we have something. Okay, can't even use it to make a proper pickaxe. What even is the point of diorite? Don't like this at all. We can get... That basalt is, I don't think we can use it, but it is a decent decorative block, and that's about it. It's got decent aesthetics, is what it's got. If we go all the way down... God damn, this cave intersects a lot with us, huh? Didn't exactly pick the best spot to start tunneling down, but hey, rock and stone. Ruby, some cinnabar, stellarite so that we can make things unbreakable. Although it takes a lot of work to do that. Although it would be pretty nice to have in the deployers, once we get to that point. Appetites, plenty of lava. I want to isolate so we don't have to worry about any of our ore going to waste. That's good. That's certainly an option. I'm back with a dead horse and a merchant. Are you creating, son? Indeed I am, Elf Pulleys. And hello, welcome back, Revenge. A dead horse and a merchant. Is it your dead horse or the merchant's dead horse? I'm trying to be as lazy as possible in this mod pack, Elf Pulleys, just as a heads up. I'm going to try my best at avoiding, you know, doing too much digging, because digging is for peasants, and I'm no peasant. Ooh, sapphire ore. Merchant's dead horse, okay. Because I'm pretty sure Torrent would count as dead, but at the same time, not dead? I don't know how to put it. I do have to ask the obvious question that is probably not really much of a question to begin with. Did you accept, Undead? Yeah, Undead Horse, there we go. Its name is Binky. Did you accept the free car? Did you accept Melina's, free car? I think that was her name. I don't remember. I don't really remember her name very well, unfortunately. She was rad, but I don't remember her name. Mostly because we were too busy simping for Ronnie. We don't have a spare door, that's fine. We'll live. That lead is gonna be needed, though, if we want to make drills and saws. We're still in the very early game, as a heads up, Elf Plays. So we're gonna be... Some lady asked if I had Torrent. Did she have a very big hat? Fill in this so we don't have to worry as much. White dread. White dread? I'm not sure what that is. Shear off this stone. God, I need to get to the bedrock. White dress. Okay, yeah, so then, yeah, that is the person I'm thinking of. Fair enough. She should give you the method for summoning things. Summoning things from ashes, to be specific. Ah, the meditative state of mining. We're almost at bedrock. We should be seeing it soon. Yeah. Gave you the little, the bell that you use to summon them with. As a heads up, pretty much all... pretty much all of the ashes have some sort of, sad story to them. Which is pretty great. I do appreciate tearjerker stories. Let's just chisel through all that dark stone. It's what's preventing us from reaching the absolute bottom. We should be seeing it soon if we're seeing this stuff. Yeah, there's some bedrock. Killed the merchant. You monster. I don't know what effect that will have on your playthrough. I wouldn't be shocked if it does. You absolute monster. Because I was bored. Fair enough. I can't fault you too much for that. Your Honor, he says he did it because he was bored. Poor merchant. All he wanted to do was give you high quality wares. Let's see. Sediment chest. Sediment. There's the sediment chest. And some of these. Oh yeah, we haven't really been gathering anything with the knife, have we? We should probably do that. Seems like a good idea. May have accidentally hit his horse. Ah, yes. Don't worry, I've done that exact same thing before in Dark Souls 3. I kept accidentally hitting the Firelink Shrine Maiden. Because I would press the wrong button and suddenly stab. Jelly delicacy. Buddy beans. Yeah, there is a mod in here that adds in collectible cards that you can get. They don't really do anything. They don't carry over. They're just sort of there. They exist. Might as well eat them. There's not much point to them. No maidens. Nope, no maidens. Thankfully, Melina doesn't care about that. Melina is okay with violence. Weirdly okay with violence. Yeah, iron dust. That'll help out quite a bit. And now that that's fully... well, not fully. Semi-automated, that'll help out quite a bit. Because we don't have to be here to just grind them up. We can just hop in every once in a while and yoink the iron dust from it. We can also use it to process wheat into a much more efficient method of making dough. And then bread. It does require more steps, but it is more efficient. You get way more calories out of it. than you would if you just made bread the vanilla way. It is effective, though. It wouldn't be too hard to set that up, either. We would need, like, some of it to be used for other things, but yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to do. Thinking on it now. You need a windmill or some other rotating contraption that harvests wheat. You'd have to separate out the seeds from the useful stuff. From there, you would dump the wheat into a grindstone, or otherwise into crushing wheels. That would convert it into flour and seeds. You'd have to toss more seeds, and then you would take those flour pieces and you would convert them into dough with a washing machine. From there, throw it into a smoker, and you'd be good, actually, right there. Yeah, actually, that would work really well. Well, we got a smithing table. This will actually allow us to build machines. Now that we have it, we can build ourselves a mechanical press. This thing will allow us to crunch up those flowers into something way more useful. With the addition of water, of course. You gotta have some water. Don't forget to hydrate your plants before crushing them into oblivion. How are we gonna place this? I think we need a workshop of some sort. Or we could set it up here. This will be very jury-rigged, but it'll work, I think. It'll be jury-rigged to hell and back. But it could work. Okay. Now we're gonna need a couple more big gears. Just the two. We're gonna need a hell of a lot more cogwheels. But this could work. I know this is frickin' scuffed as hell, but it'll do. At least for now. So is the perma dead? The merchants I don't think can revive. I don't think the merchants can revive. But I don't know because I never actually killed them. Alright, and then throw in the flowers. And that'll allow it to do a crunch. It's a little funky, admittedly, but it is functional. And Lord knows we have the flowers to pull it off. So that should be fine for the most part. And these will grant us rubber. Rubber, go figure, is useful for, you know, moving things around on mechanical belts. It'll allow us to do a lot more with a lot less. Because otherwise we'd have to be fucking around with a bunch of cogwheels and it would just be a mess. It wouldn't work out that well. I mean, we could do it, but it wouldn't work great. Alright, and that should provide us with enough rubber to actually cure it without ruining any fuel. We should be able to get 2 more chunks of rubber without much issue. This is all very hands-on at the moment, but we will work on automating this stuff. I may decide to work in the background as well to make this stuff happen, because some of this takes time to actually build up and make. Now, chemical quiver would be interesting, I gotta admit. Give me your flowers. Oh yeah, we got a knife, so we should probably start using it. Knives! Produce this. He screwed up. They are permadead. Well, it's a good thing there's a lot of them, then. Don't worry, there's more than one merchant. Like some thatch. Because this will allow us to make a few things. For one, rope, which will allow us to make the fancy elevator. Along with a few other things. Is it only one per area? No, but they are relatively rare. They are pretty well spread out. It'll take a little bit of hunting or wiki diving in order to find more. If I remember correctly, if you go directly west off of the cliff, if you can find a way to safely do that, you can find another merchant down on the shore. Wiki diving is for trumps. Wiki diving is essential for Elden Ring, I'm sorry. If you want to follow a character's storyline and questline, you need the wiki. It's just a fact, you need it. Dark Souls was pretty bad with quests, but Elden Ring only made it worse. Yeah. Like, I had no idea about the frickin' Rot quest line. To be quite blunt. There we go. Give me my rubber, please. I need my fancy booties and all that. Collect some of these. Because, like, Dark Souls and From Software was already awful with quest design. It only got worse. Some straw. So we can use straw for rope. Rope is useful. Go figure. Mostly used for the creation of these rope pulleys. Rope pulleys are pretty basic. You get it down to the point where it hooks on, and then you can lift things. Now, that's not the only way you can lift things, you see. You can stick things together. And then what happens is this. You can move entire structures. Now, the most basic use of that is for the application of... Huh. Good to know. Huh. Behavior can be modified by using a wrench. It can stay as blocks. Huh. Should not kill the merchants in your first Elden Ring playthrough. Killing them will lock you out of their quest lines. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Although, I'm sorry, they have quest lines? What? The merchants have quest lines. Okay, sure. The merchants have quest lines now. Why not? Huh. I didn't know that the merchants had quest lines. Okay. Ink we don't really need. We can toss that in there. Alright, next step. We need to work on getting our hands on... Wikipedia says it's true. I'm not saying I don't believe you, my dude. I'm just surprised. Alright, a depot is pretty easy to make. We're gonna need one, because that'll allow us to quickly pulverize some metal and make it into flat sheets without much effort. See, we need that depot in order to bonk sheets out and make them into a variety of machines. Very useful machines. Go figure. Everything in this game is useful. There we go. Depots! What do they do? They are belt elements that don't have a movement. Right-click to manually place or remove items from it. But they have quest lines? I honestly wasn't surprised. I wasn't aware that they had quest lines. I was very surprised that they had quest lines. Provide items to mechanical arms. Huh. Wonder if I could use depots to maintain... If I was able to hold a, Okay, so if I look this up. My usual method of doing this is to have 2 deployers just in this exact line. 3 deployers in rapid succession. But if I were to have just 1 deployer, place it into a depot, and then have it convert over to the next one... Huh. How would that work? Do depots give off comparator signals? I'll have to experiment with that. Because if they do... that'd be a massive boon. Because then I can make it so that the depot only need to... or even make it into a weighted launcher. So that every 2 times it does its thing, it just yeets the thing and sends it flying. Huh. Yeah, that could work. Press goes bonk. We may want to speed this up a bit. We don't really have any spare large cogs, but we can make them. Now here's a little trick you can pull off that is very much intended. Just because that is how cogs work. If you take a large cog, and you place it here, and then you put a smaller cog up here, as you notice, yeah, shifting gears, this small cog is now rotating much faster. So you can basically double rotation speeds, or halve them if you need to. But now this is going much faster. And this should, theoretically, compress metals a lot faster now. Let's see, elevator. That'll be rope pulley. Grappling hook mod. I've never actually used that. We might want to make use of that. I need rope, I need 2 shafts, an andesite casing, and an iron sheet. That can be arranged. Yeah, that can be done. Now, the question of how we're going to go about making the... Because we need drills for this thing in order to make it work properly. Or at least the way I want it to work. We're also going to need some glue. Glue is pretty easy to make, thankfully. I need to indent it by 1. That should be doable. This should work. This is going to be indented by 1, so we shouldn't have an issue there. There we go. Easily handled. So this will be our elevator. We are going to have to, you know, modify it a little bit, but it can be used. We're going to have to make the base of it drills, though, because I want to have a hefty, hard-working elevator, you know? Something strong. Capable of breaking through basically anything I need it to. What happens if I were to get a drill to start working against the bedrock of the world? That would be a hell of a fight. Unstoppable drill versus immovable bedrock. So we need, in order to get the drills to work, what do we need? We need 9 drills in order to make a 3x3 block dropping. Okay, maybe not drills. Maybe not. Okay. Huh. Well, we can still make use of it. We can still make use of the elevator. It's not great because we don't have a good way of moving it up and down. Not at the moment, anyway. We could send a wire going straight up and then have that tap into the controls at the top, but that's not going to work too great. Huh. I guess we kind of have to wait for brass. Because this Create does have a signal transmitter, which is pretty much essential for the elevators. I mean, you can make it without it, but it's not going to work too great. You can do it, but do I want to? No, not really. So we need a drill. Or no, we need yeah, we need a drill. We're also going to need a piston. Something, you know, pistony. Something that can really drive up the force. It looks like a single ingot to me. We are also going to want a seared tank. That way we can start running off of stuff other than our existing coal-powered solution. That's enough of mass genocide. You monster. How dare. Alright. Next. We need lead, which means we need an iron pickaxe. Fortunately, iron pickaxes aren't that tough, all told. Especially not when compared to Tinker's Construct pickaxes. That's just a fact. That being said, we know exactly where some lead already is, so that does take some of the work out of it. There we go. 7 cow things, 21 knights, and a merchant. How cruel. Set this up, so we got that going. There we go. I'll cut that off. And we can feed it that way. Theoretically, it shouldn't spread. Oh, it is. Alright. Well, there we go. That'll help control it. A little bit more iron never hurt anyone. Alright, so we need to set up a method of generating large quantities of free andesite, and then transporting it up. My main method that I'm thinking of is mechanical belts. Mechanical belts are very effective at transporting stuff. They can go diagonally up pretty well, if I look at them. Mechanical belts, they're just belts. Very handy belts. But what I'm looking for is the longest direction that we can get them going to. And connect horizontally, diagonally, vertically. Connect vertical shafts horizontally. 2 and 20 blocks. We're not going to span 2 and 20 blocks. We're going to be spanning much shorter distances. Unless we make them span that, we could do that. You don't exactly have to worry about undead stealing from the belts. They're kind of too dumb to do that. I'm thinking we can set up shop down here. Darkstone is... I don't feel too strongly about it. But this does look like a pretty solid spot to set up shop. Alright, so if we were to put it... Alright, let's build a cobblestone generator, shall we? Something to build a little collection of andesite. And other such devices. And we're gonna want to run a, pretty weak operation for now. At least something to generate some andesite. Nothing too major, nothing huge, just enough for now. A satisfactory quantity. We can always expand later. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Actually, no, we want to push this a little bit closer. Yeah, something like this. This can work. There's a little casting point right there. Alright. A cave base. Oh, I wish. But no, I don't think I could pull off a cave base in any acceptable time frame, you know? I do like me some cave bases, don't get me wrong, but I don't think I could pull that off. I'll allow the water to have a little bit more flow. We only need a couple of blocks of water, which we can scrounge up from the surroundings pretty easily. Mostly because I can hear them, so I mean, obviously. Oink. That's half of it. The second half is going to be the lava, and technically this amount of water would be fine, but I mean aesthetic-wise. It's just prettier. Should be another block of water somewhere over here, right? Yeah. Fine. Ow. Alright, that should do it. Now for the lava. We're gonna need a little bit just to, you know, properly generate. Okay. I'll run that. Now for the lava. Just a little bit is required. Not a huge amount. Satisfactory. There we go. That'll keep monsters at bay, right? We do also need to make sure that that little space is open. Just enough. Now we can have the drills come in through there. I do want 2 drills just so that we make sure that we get both at the same time. And don't have to have something in the way. Oh god. Not what I intended, thank you. It didn't make andesite, though. It didn't make andesite, though. I don't really care if it's a solid andesite or not. Solid is just gonna get broken anyways. It just is. But that should do the trick for the most part. We got 9 lead that'll produce enough drills to run. And maybe a saw. Which is definitely something. We're gonna need a few saws, actually. 1 to strip it, 1 to actually turn it into planks, 1 to turn it into slabs. And 1 to actually cut the logs. We're gonna need at least 16 gold in order to actually run the deployers required. Then we can feed it through the sawmills, feed that into the requisite machines. We should have infinite andesite contraptions. Infinite kinetic mechanism, sorry. Right, we still need to make the... Right, okay. Next tactic. So. We're gonna have to grind this up. It should allow us to get some lead. The thing I'm really concerned about here is the fact that we need to chain all these contraptions together. Oh god. It won't be hard to chain the, the deployers together, but that's not the thing I'm worried about, really. The thing I'm mostly worried about. Oh, God. We got a few problems that we need to deal with. So we need to produce the algal blend in more or less the same place. Ideally cook it in the same place, but if we can't do that, we'll just have to transport it. We could try using pipes, but that requires brass. And in solid quantities, too. It's not exactly a cheap material, either. I do want to get to the point where I don't have to fill these up, either. I'd like to fill them up automatically with Pipeworks. Make like some sort of octopus-style building that just collects, stores, and then distributes large quantities of lava to everything. Use that to run it. Now, if only I could use lava to make flywheels run. This thing has done its job. Thank God for the claiming system, otherwise that would be a problem. Yeah, this little FTB chunks is ungodly useful. I highly recommend using it if you ever get the chance, because it just prevents creepers from blowing up your stuff. How do we want to use this? So drill heads, they require 2 lead apiece. It's not too bad, honestly. Okay, that's an interesting shape. Huh. Well, we got lead. We're gonna need... We got the ingots, or sorry, the nuggets, and we got the ingots too, for that matter, so there's that. That should be enough, I hope. And sheets. Set up a couple of drill heads. Okay. We need 17 logs so that we can produce enough kinetic mechanisms in order to build the required drill. God damn. We're getting into the swing of it. Once we get that drill, we're going to have to make some harvesters. Harvesters are going to be a real pain in the butt, but we can do it. We're going to have to operate some vats. Something that we can grow kelp in large quantities, too. Because it's not going to be a really easy grow. I mean, once we set it up, it'll be easy, but I mean, you know what I mean. Punch that tree in the face. That is the plan. That is indeed the plan. Although I'm not sure how we'll prevent it from leaking. I guess we could always set up a point where it just doesn't... Yeah, I think I've got an idea on how to deal with that leaking issue. With the leakage. Because I don't want any water leaking out into the basin, causing massive problems, you see. But we are going to have to do that. Deal with it in some way, you know. So what if we were to just make a little seam where the water can leak a little bit. But it's a very controlled leak where it's not going to go everywhere, it's just going to go into a single point. And then from there it can... Yeah, I think I got an idea for that. Okay. So, the vat is probably going to be our next project after we get this going. My controlled leak goes into the toilet. I mean, yes, that is good. Good for you. Congrats. Alright, we need to actually make a little bit more andesite alloy, because we don't have enough. I practice every day. Toss that there. There we go. Algal blocks, plus some andesite, and there we go. Some more andesite alloy. We're gonna need some kinetic mechanisms. We don't have enough of those. Okay, then. Do we have any spare... No, we don't have enough spare wood. We can get that from shredding some shrubs, so that shouldn't be too bad. I do also want to set up that automated lumberjack pretty soon, because I'm a little nervous about not having it. I gotta admit. We got quite a few little things that we gotta build. Little obnoxious things. There we go. Will allow us to get a little bit more out of it. What's the iron saw used for? Huh. Eternal Stella. Eternal Stellas are basically, you smith them into things to make them unable to be damaged, period. I'm talking armor, I'm talking tools, I'm talking devices, I'm talking all sorts of things. It's a little broken. Just a wee bit. But it is incredibly handy. Especially if you got that weeb magic mod, Mahu Sukai. Okay, let's build some mechanisms. We only need 16. That way we can actually build the required machinery. Throw these into the smithing table. Drill. There we go. These drill heads, they will be very handy. We're going to need a pole and a few other things, but we should be set, I think. This glass will do for holding in the magma. Stone for the construction material. We're going to need some blocks of goo. Pretty sure I saw some somewhere around. Yeah, there. We're gonna need that so we can make some glue. And to make a piston, which will be used to go back and forth and, you know, collect the required andesite. From there, we're gonna have to probably make some red alloy. Red alloy is a form of redstone. Ooh, there's a meteor there. That could be useful. A form of redstone that can be converted into wires, which don't have to obey gravity. They don't just get blown away or fall or anything. You can just staple them to the walls and use them as control wires, which are very handy. Let's see. So if we go down here, we should be set. Somewhere around here? Above? Looks like it's above, up above. Yeah, there we are. There's the goo I'm looking for. Congealed ender slime. Gross, but okay. Take it. A sticker. Attaching blocks using the sticker. Stickers are ideal for a redstone control block attachment. Upon receiving a signal, it will toggle its state. It is now moved in a contraption. The block will move with it. Okay, then. Toggled once again, the block is no longer attached. Huh. Well, okay, then. That is certainly useful, I gotta admit. Being able to just glob onto things like that sounds pretty useful. Alright, so we're going to have to build up our andesite production. Andesite production will help speed things along, since we won't need to really carve out chunks of earth in order to get our andesite. It's just way more convenient. We're gonna need, first and foremost, a tube of glue, which is pretty easy to make. You just need to flatten some iron. And that should be enough to make, yep, super glue. Then we're gonna need a chest, a connection point, so that we can actually make the connections required to extract the materials. Oh boy, we need another 17 frickin' logs in order to make this work. We could tap into these furs. I'm gonna tap into the furs. I don't know, it's something. Screechy buggers, aren't they? Alright. That should be it. God, that is a shrill noise. 2 more just to get the, Oh yeah, we're woodpeckers. Woodpeckers. We got exotic birds installed, so yeah, there's woodpeckers. There's also screechy boys. What are they exactly? Owls. Yeah, there's woodpeckers here. They're usually found against trees. Fun fact about woodpeckers, their tongues wrap around their skulls. Because they just do have that. It's just something they have. Who knows why? But they just have that. How awful. Oh god. Really, Putum? We're gonna need the stonemason, because this cutter? Yeah, stone cutter, there we go. Portable stone cutter. Okay, that can be arranged. Make no excuses. Who do you think you are? Bad shot, Bob? Tisk tisk. let's set this up. That way we can, basically what the stone cutter is for in this is converting these into usable machines. Portable storage interfaces. And we're gonna need a funnel. We're gonna get 4 of them, though. What are these? Contraption exchange, basically. Inventories on moving contraptions can't be accessed, but with this component, you can have the contraption just interface. All you need is a second one with a gap of 1 or 2 blocks between, and there you go. Whenever they pass by each other, they will engage in connection. The stationary interface will represent all inventories on the contraption. You can now insert items, or you can remove them. And that's the thing we're going to be doing. After no items have been exchanged for a while, it will continue on its way and do its own thing. Easy peasy. Now, I'm not sure how the hell I'm gonna filter out the non-andesite materials. That's the thing I'm not sure about. Right, I still need the piston. The very fancy piston is what it is. And we still need to get mechanical power down here in the first place. Oh boy, this is going to be a bit of a work. The fiston. Well, I mean, you can shape it in a fist, yes. Sticky mechanical pistons, they're very fancy. They can move blocks in front of them, but they've got a greater range. A much greater range. You can also make them sticky. So yes, you can absolutely make it into the shape of a fist. And with enough rotational speed behind it, you can just kind of blast somebody with it. Wait, there was a second scene to that, so... Extension poles. Without attached poles, a mechanical piston cannot move. The length of the pole added to its back determines the extension range. Ah, and you can also determine whether or not they become solid at the end. Good to know. Alright, so we need to move all of that material. Okay, we're gonna have to move a lot of rotationary force. I think the best way to do this would be to come in from the back. Okay. So if we add another large cog, we should be good there. Learning about rotational dynamics. I don't know if that's the actual term for this field, but it sounds right. God, I really need to get a toolbox. There is a toolbox you can get, which allows you to store large quantities of mechanical parts. It's basically exactly what you'd expect. It's just somewhere for you to store a ton of stuff. And then apply them later on to something else. The field of rotationary. The field of speed. Yes. Dr. Spam. Piston. Alright, so we need more wood. God, we need a lot of wood. We might want to automate that first, honestly. I'm getting the feeling it might be a good idea to do that. The field is spinning right round, baby, right round, like a record. Right round, round, round. I'm surprised there's no giant, frickin' disc reader that allows you to make it as loud as you want by making your entire base into one gigantic record player. Play records at different speeds by changing the rotational speed applied to the record player. You want to play it at, like, 1/64th speed? Go ahead. I'm honestly surprised that's not a thing. Because I feel like that would be great for some really weird memes. Some meme builds, if you will. Well, at least we cleared out the field quite a bit. We won't have to do much terraforming in the future. So we're gonna need to chisel this up into pieces. Make a couple large cogwheels that will allow us one change of rotation. Yeah. Break our way there. We should be reaching it soon. Yeah, there's our little rotational boy. There we go. Now we're going to be counting up to 20. We can do that, right? I don't know if I can do it. But we're going to be doing it. Because that is the maximum range, and I want to make the most out of every single belt. Alright, starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. These belts reach a long ways. Time to start shredding. To confirm our count is accurate, we're going to just carve a hole straight down. This will be janky as hell, but it'll work for the most part. Here's our little belt connector. Here's the first one. Kelp drive. And it's called that because normally, yes, you would be using kelp. Alright, we need to make another massive line down. Easy enough to do. You mind, zombie? I'm busy. And that'll allow us to go even further. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. I just dig all the way down there, because, of course. We're going to have a little bit of an influx of undead, unfortunately, because this guy's not going to leave us be. But I think we'll be fine. Straight down. Once the belt is built, they can't get through it. It's a solid object. Yeah. Another line is done. Getting the rotation all the way down to the bottom of the earth. Because, you know, we need that. Set that up, and then another pair of cogs just to finish it up. Get it all the way down. Theoretically, at water level, you'd be able to get down with 4 belts, but we don't need that because we're not starting at water level. We're starting pretty close, and we're going pretty close to bedrock. So I don't think we even need to count this. We're pretty well within our range. Yeah, I think this is an acceptable depth. Well... Yeah. This should be fine. We're gonna have to futz around with it, make sure that it works, you know, but otherwise, it should be acceptable. a little path down for all of our rotational force. Thankfully, we don't need a whole lot of rotational force to make this go burr. Alright, so we're going to need a couple of drills. There's the wrong direction to face, thank you. We don't have our stone blocks, okay, that's fine. Rotational force. How are we going to get it over there? Well, we're going to need to dig into this wall, clearly. That way we can get a little bit of, space to work. Actually, well, we found some iron, so I mean, I'm gonna mark it by making it available for easy viewing. We're gonna need a couple of cogwheels. One right here should do the trick. And then another right here, which will allow us to get a decent amount of rotation. And then we're going to need to... We're only 2 in. That should be fine. Yeah, there we are. It ain't perfect, but it'll do. And this will allow us to keep our chests far, far, far away from the lava. I don't know about you, but burnt chest sounds like a bad time to me. And another cogwheel. We have some material here, so we can sit down a workbench so that we can, or not even, we can just go up there and grab the required mechanics for it. That should do just fine. There we go. Pair of gears. Yeah, I think we're doing well. And then over here. Our design's a bit scuffed. That's the end of me. Fair enough. Thank you very much for stopping by, Revengencing. I always appreciate it. Hope you have a good one, friend. Now we're gonna need to set up something. First and foremost, we're gonna need to set up a gear shift. Goodbye, Revengencing. Thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate it. We're going to need a gear shift. That gear shift is what is going to allow us to have the device jitter back and forth, up and down, repeatedly, pretty easily. Our next thing we're going to need... We're not going to need a clutch, because we're going to have it stop pretty much without issue. We are going to need a chest down here so we can actually store all the results. We're going to need a collection of blocks. I'm thinking solid stone should help out quite a bit. We're going to need that piston. That sticky piston. The sticky piston. That should allow us to actually get it to jitter up and down pretty easily. And then from there... Yeah, all it needs to do is drill, and then deposit its contents into a chest. That's it. Nothing complex. Nothing super dangerous. Not a cartographer. It's a real shame, because now he's dead. And so we need a piston extension pole, a pair of cogs, and some planks. We got the planks, we got the andesite casing. We don't have the cogs. Not coggers, but oh well. That can be rectified pretty easily. Yeah, the moment we get this andesite thing up and running, I'm definitely making a frickin' sawmill. I want to be able to actually produce some materials, you know? convert these directly into cogs. Missing a piston extension. Which needs more wood. Okay, well, that's just dandy. Alright. That can be arranged. That can be arranged. We grab this shrub. That should be plenty of wood to make the extension poles. Because they're not exactly difficult to make. They're actually kind of cheap. There we go. Plenty of extending. Although we're not going to need anywhere near this much. It's a little excessive. We are going to need sticky. Can be arranged with the ender slime that we got on hand. Piston plus some stick. There we go. What do we need for a gear shift? We need redstone. We don't have redstone. But I do know where some is. In this case, there's no redstone just flat out, sadly. No. It's all cinnabar. But cinnabar can be ground up by basically anything, so it doesn't really matter even. It's not really an issue. If you see cinnabar, just think redstone. That's pretty much it. That being said, there is more efficient ways than the millstone, but it's what we got right now, so that's what we're using. Now the problem that we're gonna have is how the hell do we acquire all this andesite and drag it back to the surface? I mean, there's a few ways that I can think of. We could use the lift method. Not exactly the best method, in my opinion, but it is a method. I would much rather use a method that looks more steampunky. Or not steampunky, but Factorio-ish. You know what I mean? Big, long, thick conveyor belts. Girthy belts, even. Strong belts. Belts thick enough to move a mountain. But that's gonna take a little bit of work. And we're gonna have to find some way of sorting them. Now, the best way I can think of is to basically have individual... Oh, we don't have a good way of observing, do we? Observer. Yeah, that's not gonna work too great. Toggle observer, mob observer, content observer. Detects items or fluids inside containers, pipes, or conveyors matching a configured filter. Emits a redstone signal while the observed container has matching content. When observing a funnel, it emits a redstone pulse when a matching item is transferred. So that means that it would be great for detecting and then shoving any sort of non-andesite, or any sort of andesite material, and then the rest can get thrown into a bulk thing that then filters them off even further into various types of stone. From there we can heat them up and convert them into more useful materials. I'm thinking solid stones, but I'm not sure what the hell you can do with granite cobblestone, to be quite blunt. Not granite, granite. What the hell do you do with granite? Gabbro, okay. You can crush it into red sand, which is a really nice find. So that would allow us to mass produce gold. Okay. That's something. So we would basically want to grab andesite for the andesite alloy, granite for the red sand. What about diorite? Can we use diorite for anything? Lime sand can be baked into limestone or compacted into diorite again. Okay, can we use limestone for anything? Wash it into weather limestone, or trade it for money. Pack it, shape it into a quest book, make it into factory material. I guess we could use limestone for that, yeah. It's a slightly more useful form of it. Andesite we don't want to get rid of. Cobblestone would convert into gravel, which allows us to mass produce iron. And flint, but, I mean, who cares about flint? That's the thing we want. The flint, I mean, eh. It's a thing. I guess we could turn it into experience? Festus smithing. Nothing too useful. It exists, and that's about it. Right, so we need stone, and in large quantities. These stone bricks will act as the main, body of the machine. It's what we'll be using to move the machine up and down, and up and down, and up and down, and up and down. These will serve as the chest-making material. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Build a chest. There we go. We're going to need to grind up the cinnabar so we can make the machines required. How else can we make this work? That's my question. Oh, we got a lot of iron dust in there right now. There we go. 27 divided by 3. That would be 9. That's a block. Grind away, Millstone. You can do it. I believe in you. What do we need for a contact? Redstone contacts are actually pretty cheap. We can use a redstone contact to basically tell it, hey, you're at max depth. Kick back up again. It's time, basically. That'll make for a very handy device, I gotta admit. We're gonna need it so that we can tell it when it's done going down. Redstone contacts, you can think of them like, it's a sensor to see if another contact hits it. That is it. If a redstone contact is facing another redstone contact, they will emit a redstone signal. This includes if it is a contraption. It's very handy. So you can use a contraption as a timer, basically, if you need to. It is a functional use. I think we've got all the little toys we're gonna need to make this work. Everything we'll need is in our bag now, I think. Alright. So, first steps. Place the machine. La Machina. La Machina. There we go. Second, we're going to need the drills. Those are the second most important bit. That is not the right direction, thank you. We're definitely going to need to glue up some stuff, too. This glue is what will hold the entire machine together. That is not correct. Thank you. There we go. Much better. Next step. You're facing. There we go. Second one down. That's what we needed. Alright, so. Contacts. First one's gonna go here. That is not the right direction. We're gonna need one here anyway, so... Blop. There we go. It's a little scuffed and doesn't look the prettiest, but it'll do. This will make sure that we... No, that's a bit too high. We're gonna need this to be like this, actually. Wrong direction. God, I wish I could specify them. There we go. So when this pushes all the way down, this will contact this. We're gonna need a gear shift, but for the most part this should work. There we go. And this will lead up into the gear shift, and it will land on top, or lay on top of it, which will allow it to trigger that. See some extension poles. No kidding. And finally, we're going to need the chest. And we're going to need... No, not there. We're going up. Splat. If we go... up here, this should grant us easy access from above. God, I wish I had the... do they have catwalks here? Rates? No? They don't have those? That's boring. I would expect a machine, or a factory creation mod pack to have catwalks and grates at the very least. Come on, guys. It's obvious that you need that. I mean, really. What kind of factory is it if it doesn't have catwalks and grates? I'm just saying. Place a chest there. Stick that there. And that'll spit out the required resources. This should do it. Yes, yes, this should... actually, no. There we go. This will prevent it from needing to worry too much about it. It's a real scuffed design, but it's a functional one. Boy. We're gonna need a second one here, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. If we pass a... shaft through here. I need you. And I need you. It's just a bit messed up, I'm just saying. Yeah, spin, spin, spin. I do like it when they spin. I do love me some spin, though. This will allow us to pull some shenanigans. Because now we can rotate the conveyor belts that are going to be extracting from this chest pretty easily. Pair of cogs. Alright. And then we can work on extracting these andesite towards the surface. Is this messed up? Hell yeah. I'm not gonna defend this design. Hello there, Scavtoons. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond. A automation-focused mod pack that's entirely based around Create, almost exclusively. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We have just made our first... I hesitate to call it a creation, but it is theoretically functional? It's performing just fine. Let's see about getting those pistons working. Let's see if this machine actually works before we start actually building up the infrastructure to get the stuff up. It's going pretty well so far, I think. Although, honestly, you guys are the ones who would be able to tell me that better than I could. So, there's that. Right, that's why I didn't start it. I needed a gear shift so that I could actually finish it. That's right. Right. We only really need that last part, and then we should be able to finish this sucker off. It's got a feature to pull its inventory out into an external chest. It's got a feature to... I don't remember a lot about Create, but it looks good. Create is entirely based around rotational force. Unlike most mod pack automation and industrializing pack mods, Create is based entirely... Okay, then. Entirely around rotation. Oh, hi. Zombies. I want to get at least some automation running before we start focusing on the construction of our house, because I don't want to spend a lot of effort digging up the materials to actually build the house. I want to be a lazy boy. I want to sit around and just watch things go burr. You know? So that's why our house is kind of sucky. It's not really functional at all. It's not much of a house. But that's because I'm a lazy son of a bitch. It looks like Factorio, you're not wrong. If Factorio didn't really use power lines and focused instead entirely on the shenanigans of rotational force. Because these conveyor belts, you gotta provide rotation to them. It's also got one of the best manuals I've ever seen in a Minecraft mod. If you go to this little thing and go to Ponder Index, it'll tell you everything you need to know in a really good visual method. Everything you need to know. It doesn't always give you everything it can do, but it does tell you everything you need to know about this thing. Yeah. It's like, here is how the spout works. You give it liquid, and you can use it to fill things. It can hold and process items on a belt. It can do all that sort of stuff. It's really, really well made. One of the best automation mods I've seen in a while. It does have its little quirks, but... Let's see, so... We needed the gear shift. That's a clutch, we need a gear shift. This is our final tool. I was able to do some contraption to make flour. Yeah, there's some really cool ones you can do. Make flour, sift out a bunch of materials, make bread flat out, like from farm to table. You can do all sorts of things with it. Now, I do want to wait until we can actually set up the drills to make this elevator do all the work for us. But we're not really at that point yet. Alright. Last piece. You. This device will allow it to go up and down. Alright, let's see if this sucker works. No. Okay, we're gonna need a... So that tells me is that the rotation is in the wrong direction. And that means that I need to reverse the effects of the gearbox, or the gear shift. There we go. And that can be arranged really easily. If I just... Does function. For the most part. The hell? Oh, it made cobblestone. Okay. Well, that's just gonna have to get fixed. We got a little bit of a issue going on with our machine, but it's going. Alright, it should be ready to live fire now. The problem I'm having right now is getting this to run. I see that, yeah. We need one more cinnabar in order to make this function. Huh. Well, we gotta do no hunting. Okay, then. There it is. Cinnabar acquired. Ooh, Certus. Certus quartz will come in very handy. This allows us to do applied energy 6. I'll be going, to see you later. Well, fair enough. Even if it was a very short visit, I always appreciate having you. Hope you have a good one, Scabtoons. Goodbye. 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 It did collect the andesite, though. It did get that stuff, though. A little bit more cinnabar should be plenty to see our materials shine. I don't expect it to go perfect every single time, but, you know, it would have been nice, but, yeah, well. What you gonna do, right? At least it's a very easy fix if we ever wind up reversing rotation there. Or I guess 2 there, because we can easily just put a gearbox there. Or not gearbox, a gear shift. God damn it. Although that gear shift is really just like 3 small cogs interlocking with each other. That's pretty much it. Or I guess even like 4 small cogs interlocking with each other. Come on, grind, please. Guess we wait. And while we wait, we should probably work on that sawmill. The next device we're going to be working on. Sawmills. We're going to need a saw blade. That means we need 4 flattened iron ingots, if I remember correctly. Lead ingots, 4 iron nuggets to make the, you know, teeth of the blade. And a few other devices. It'll take us too long to build. One saw blade. A really sneaky saw blade. We're gonna need a few of these, though. So we can make these much more efficiently. Boys button. A bunch of buttons, okay, that's pretty efficient. That is a lot of options, okay. Ventiducts, vents. I wouldn't mind some vents. Make like a nice proper HVAC system in our factory. Make sure we don't die of heat stroke or whatever from all the blazes burning. I must admit I'm a little concerned. Because we're going to have to excavate large quantities of earth in order to actually acquire ores. And I'm worried that I'm going to have to make a massive machine just to, you know, excavate all that stuff. Huh. There we go. Oh, I see what that's doing. So if we made it like this instead. Huh. That didn't work out as intended. We're gonna need a repeater. That can be arranged. A repeater, what do we need? We need to extend this pulse a little bit longer so that it lasts long enough that it doesn't just immediately crack back down and burn out the torch. These are gonna need a couple more. I need to elongate that signal. We're also gonna have to block that off so that we don't wind up drowning the lava. Little things, you know? Wrong starting one, this one to start with. That way it just flows directly into there. Assuming water physics works the same. Yeah, water physics works the same as I remember. How do I get out of here now? I guess like this? It's hard to move around in my little contraption here. My little marvelous machine. Alright, so our chisel will allow us to bring these back to regular stone. That will allow us to make this a pulse repeater. Huh, we'll shorten any redstone signal to a pulse. Okay then. That certainly is something. We only need a standard repeater though. Hey. Really? How long of a pulse do I need then? I guess I need a longer pulse, but still, that's a long pulse. Okay, we should be able to afford one more right off the bat. I really hope this is enough. Because I don't have a lot of cinnabar to go around. And I want some to run the other devices. I think one more is enough. Yeah, one more should be plenty. What is that? Gabbro? What the hell am I gonna use Gabbro for? Gabbro. Okay, sure, Gabbro. Why not? What the hell's Gabbro good for? I guess I can cast it into standard Gabbro. If I give it quartz, it'll turn into andesite. If I give it clay, it'll turn into seared cobblestone. That's not great. I guess I can pulverize it. I can turn it to lava. I can use it for stickers. Mossy cobblestone, redstone furnaces, fluid encapsulators, Gabbro reagent is used for nether reagent and volatile catalyst. Okay. Weird. Why would it give me Gabbro? I really want this device to work, I gotta admit. I'm a little dedicated to it now. If I can get this to function, that'll make things so much easier on the andesite side. Next one's gonna be wood, which will give us a easier time actually building things. And in large quantities, too. Okay, we're gonna need to cook up some more sediment. 16 should be plenty. That's nice, buddy. Three repeaters should be fine to do it, I think. I hope. Because God knows, we need more. We'll hold off for now, just to get the third stone. That will guaranteed, I'm sure. God, redstone is obnoxious in some ways. Can only hope this works. Into the pits. So our target here is going to just be popping that contraption together and making it fully function. Ideally. Ideally. Thankfully we don't have to separate out the redstone, because redstone repeaters only have one direction. Okay, here we go again. It did work. It is functioning. And those are trying to transfer. And that's the important part. Okay, that is functional. Let's get the second half of that machine up. The transport of all the materials. As well as a emergency, let's say, escape. This will be a long conveyor belt leading all the way back up to the surface. It'll take some time, yes, but it's worth it. Especially for the fact that it's just kind of fun to ride. Nothing quite like a fun little conveyor ride, you know? Now for that we're going to need more flowers, because we're going to need to make a lot of rubber. We can go at a diagonal for about the same amount if I understand the rules of conveyor belts correctly, so we're going to be going at a 20 angle. It's 45-degree angle for 20 blocks. Yeah, that should work. I know that's not technically the same amount of length as... Okay, then. As the, if you were to do that in a real-world scenario. Because, I mean... Minecraft doesn't care about hypotenuse, but... still, it should work, theoretically. Kinda wish I could make rubber out of other things, but I don't have the other things yet. There is another way to make rubber, and that would be to, fill up a... what's it called? Right. Fill up a basin with tree resin and then compress it. What was I here for? Right, I was getting rubber in large quantities. More water means more fuel for the rubber to be made. It's 4 per, so I think we get 2 more buckets of water before we run out of flowers. Something like that. No? Okay. Sediment. Now, thankfully, this shouldn't take too much in the way of... Oh, yeah, I need to actually get the wood to make a proper chest for it to deposit into. Getting very close to that first creation done, though. I gotta admit. It is tantalizingly close. We're gonna have to make large cogs, we're gonna have to make small cogs. No, wait, we're not even gonna have to make small cogs. We're just gonna need large. Hopefully that'll work. I don't know if it will, but, you know, maybe. Maybe. Place that there. Grab the spare rubber so we can convert it into nice little belts. So, we need 2 separate chests. One for departures, one for arrivals. We're gonna need a total of 4 large cogs in order to actually run that. At least with my theoretical setup. Which we just use the large cogs to directly move it at a 90-degree angle. No way, it wouldn't work like that, would it? Because we need to have one of them feed into the next one. Well. Shoot. I guess we could do a gearbox at each one, which then puts out a shaft, which we then cog over to the second belt. That should work. Theoretically. I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if we'll need to double our belt requirements, but we can get that belt requirement met for the most part. So I think we'll be fine. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. If we double up on our belts, we should be fine. This is me using monkey brain and not mathematics or anything like that. There we go. Some small cogs. We'll need 3? Yeah. We'll need about 3 of them to get up to the surface. Or at least close to the surface. Close enough, at least. From there... How do we get filters? Attribute filter. Controls outputs and inputs of logistical devices with more precision, matching them against a set of item attributes and categories. Okay. How much does it cost? Wool and iron. It's not that expensive, honestly. We can do that pretty easy. The question is, how will we use these filters? Because they don't have the usual menu. Oh, hi there. Ender's mad. Let's see. That's cute. Yeah. Okay, so some of it is getting lobbed out, which is interesting. It shouldn't be. Which means we need another one. Okay, that's cute, buddy. Hi, Enderman. Nice to see you, I guess. Aren't these things gonna halt the machine? I mean, I guess guess we can throw this ender pearl fragment in here, just because. How is our state of our chest? Not full, which is interesting. Okay, how are we gonna pull this off then? Because if it's not running properly, I don't know what the hell to do. It digs. Okay, portable storage. Might have deposited some stuff. It dumped some items. That chest is, in fact, going. Oh, I see. Hold on. Because we're not extracting from it... I see. Because we're not extracting from it, it doesn't actually empty out that chest. Huh. Well, we can fix that, honestly. One, two, three, four... No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay then. We got up to 15. We're getting there. Now there is a way to make rubber a little bit more efficiently. We need to find sulfur, and in large quantities. If we want to make a large amount of cured rubber, that would be how you do it. But we can't get the method of doing it. Cured rubber. Yeah, you can bulk blast it for 1-to-1, or you can induction smelt it with some sulfur for a 2-to-1. Which, in my opinion, the 2-to-1 is better. Because it's more, and therefore, it's better. That's basically how it goes. Alright, we can use these coal for a few torches just to light our way. Make it a little nicer, you know, so we're not just digging in pitch black darkness. Lord knows I don't think you guys want to see that. Seems kind of boring to me. Let's see. Torches. There we go. A few spare iron to make a pickaxe. Something a little functional. Back down we go, into the pit. Now we're almost certainly gonna hit the caves, but I'm hoping we can avoid it for the most part. The likelihood of that is low, but yeah, it's possible. Come on, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's just light this up ahead of time. We were at 15. That's what I remember. Let's also shave some of the roof off. Make it a little better, you know? There we go. Much better. Much more cozy. Gotta go, take care. Well, thank you very much for stopping by, Dr. Poom. I always appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day, friend. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just be here doing my thing. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know, right? 12, 13, 14, 15. The echo is intense. 16. Also, hello, Dark Angel. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. 17. 18. Oh, God, here we are. 19, 20. It should theoretically be the furthest we can take this belt. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond. We're making machinery of all sorts. It is no longer... Oh, wow, that's actually a lot shorter than I thought. Really? It only goes to here. So then that would be 5 shorter? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, fair enough. So we need to shrink it down by a few. I think about 4 to do it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not like that. We are basically doing a automation run. We're gonna try to make everything completely automatic, because I'm a lazy bugger, and I don't want to work too much. If I don't have to. 1 more, okay. Well, that should be doable. And in doing so, we should be able to make a proper factory that will allow us to make spaceships and program spaceships. All that sort of stuff. Shouldn't be too hard to do, theoretically. That being said, we got a long ways ahead of us. Yeah. I do love me a nice belt. This belt is going to be used to get us our andesite. See, we need a lot of this specific ore, or sorry, not ore, mineral. I am very lazy. Never underestimate the power of laziness. A specific mineral by the name of andesite. Andesite is a type of rock, which is used, at least in this case, to make all sorts of weird stuff. Such as these shafts. You know, fair enough. This one will be unable to move for a little bit, but that's fine for the most part. Okay, so if it's rotating in that way, that means that the gearbox will cause it to rotate this way. Which means that'll be a correct way, so we don't want to actually change rotation once we get the gearbox going. We're going to want to use a second belt. Okay, well, that's why we doubled up on them. So this was 15 blocks long. That's as far as it could take us. I am trying my best to do big brain stuff. It is frying my brain a little bit, so I apologize if I'm a bit slow on the response. If you got any ideas, by all means, I'll be happy to hear them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I hear you, 13, 14, 15. That should handle that. Even if we're going to have to do a little bit of shearing off of this. That and belts also make for a wonderful staircase of sorts. A very weird staircase, admittedly, but a very nice one nonetheless. And then we set that up. I need a little bit more andesite. Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but so be it. Okay, so if I drop this onto this, it won't transfer. Unless maybe that has to be moving? God. This is painful. Let me down. Let me down. There we go. I need to make sure that actually works, because if it doesn't, we're going to have to revise our plans a little bit. Because that means I'm going to need a little, like, preamble built to make the first one work. Means we're going to need more belts, which means more plant rubber. I mean, I get the feeling that the game wants me to automate it by basically using a pulley system in order to dump a bunch of resources into an elevator and then lift it. I don't want to, though. I like the belts. I think they're very fancy. I think they're wonderful devices. And I want to see them go burr, you know? Belt go burr. 1, 2, 3. We're going to need a stone pickaxe so we can dig out a little bit more andesite. Just a wee bit more. We're also going to need a gearbox so that we can test that first belt. Or I guess that first belt transition. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Meanwhile, our little construction designed to make vast quantities of free andesite for us, it should be able to run for the most part. And if you're wondering why everything's just bare naked and out, that's because I'm too lazy to go hunting for materials right now. Well, yes, that would make sense, Dark Angel, but you see, I'm lazy, and I don't want to get the materials myself. That sounds like a lot of extra work that we don't need to do. I think not. Thankfully, it does have the FTB chunks, which allows you to creeper-proof areas. No, that is my challenge for this run. I'm trying to be as lazy as possible. I am making it harder by being lazier. Don't worry, once we can make vast quantities of materials. No. The only time we'll be able to make enough lumber to make the requisite shelter is when we are making so much lumber that it does not matter anymore. It must be cut down for us. I refuse. I am very stubborn. Oh yeah, that's why it's not running. I turned it off specifically. That's right. Well, it's probably got some andesite then. We can use that. Hey, look! Andesite! A lot of other schlock, but andesite. I'll take andesite. Now to grab that lovely, 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 lovely algal blend. And we're also going to have to set that up. Oh god. I'm thinking we're going to set up the kelp farm first, because I do have an idea of how to do that. It's going to be a little funky, but it can be done. I've got two designs for the kelp farm. I've got a, well, I've got a box design and a round design. It's more of a question of which one we want to use. On the one hand, the box design is probably the more effective tool. On the other hand, the round one has more spinning involved. So, I mean, there's that benefit. Why would we want to use any other? I mean, really. Oh yeah, I wanted gearboxes. That's right. We got some cogs. We can just build them down there. We can build them in the depths. We're going to need at least 3, but I want to make sure that this belt configuration works. Hehe, spin. Yay. I do like the... Oh, we got some shafts. There we go. Oh, yeah, it does transfer. Good, good, good. That's a great thing. That means we don't have to modify our design at all. Place that. Right belts. There we go. Oh god, crush. Oh. Let me off. I don't want to be on this wild ride. Thank you. There we go. Let me off this wild ride. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, sorry if I go quiet during these belt segments. I'm focusing really hard on trying not to mess up my counting. Then not get ganked by zombies, so there's that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh god. It begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can stay outside of our belts, thank you. 8. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. This puts a smile on my face. There we go. And that'll transfer just fine. There we go, that works. This works wonders. Just shearing off pieces, you know. I don't want to get crushed, thank you. The game seems to be having a hissy fit, because it doesn't know where the hell to put me. There we go. How high up are we? Adding 15 onto that would put us up at 64. That's just above sea level. So we only really need like one more belt and we should be safe. Huh. There we go. All we have to do is place down the gearbox and we should be set. Yes, yes, this should work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh hey, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Huh. Well, fancy that. That's actually a really nice placement. In the middle of nowhere, admittedly, yes. Oh no, it's not even in the middle of nowhere. It's right up by our shaft. That's pretty good. It's actually really good. Hell yeah. Couldn't have planned it better myself, honestly. Mostly because I probably would have fucked it up. Yeah. We do still need to build the requisite devices to make this work. Something something. Something something gearbox, something something belts. That sort of stuff. Ow, I appear to be on fire. Yeah, that's about right. Thankfully, we got a mod that just adds in a corpse behind. Allows us to transfer all our stuff over pretty easily. Fool! Seems I was the fool. Alright, well, that's just gonna have to, yeah, put itself out. Alright, let's grab some more flowers so that we can build our last set of belts. We're gonna have to give them the squinch, you see. If we gather 32 flowers, that should be enough for 2 batches, which will result in 8, which will mean that we get a total of 3 belts. And that's about it. Yep, that should do it. It doesn't matter the size of the flower, just that it is a flower. I don't know why you get rubber from flowers. I don't get it. Why flowers? And why by pressing it in water? Is that a thing that exists, or... I'd be surprised. Humankind is pretty, clever with those sorts of things. Thankfully, those should be done pretty quickly. It's doing a squinch, so it should be fine. It's not what I wanted. There we go. Blocks of rubber. Those should do nicely. And now for the last part, we need a couple of tree logs so that we can make our required gearboxes. But if you got any ideas, by all means, let me know. Because, I mean, I'm trying to put my ideas into practice, but I'm not very smart, and I will probably run into some issues. So if you ever get any ideas, by all means, throw them my way. I'd be happy to hear them. Lord knows I'm gonna need the help. There we go. I do like the windmill design. It's not half bad. We could do to put like some terracotta or something in there in the little holes there to make it a little bit more solid looking. A little less flimsy on the inside, but otherwise it looks great. At least in my opinion. Throw an andesite. Turn this into cogs. Frickin' coggers. There we go. Gearbox. There we go. And that should do it. That will theoretically allow us to take everything from the underground and drag it up to the surface in an inexorable tide of belts. It'll also drag up, you know, undead if any manage to land on it, but the likelihood of that is not great with the amount of work we put into this. We even put in some protections, so I mean, I'm pretty sure we're fine. There we go. Let's see if I can just run down this thing. It doesn't look like I can. I can certainly try, is what the game is telling me. Yeah, this ain't working too well. Well, we do have access to some new caves. At least not new caves, but separate spots that we haven't checked of these caves that are pretty secure, honestly. Don't look like much undead show up around here. I do see some gold. That's a vital thing. I do see the gold. We can get our hands on that. That will give us a little bit of a boost. Because we need the gold in order to make the deployers. The deployers are what we use to actually apply various pieces and baubles to things. We're going to need one for our lumberjack farm, so that'll definitely help out a little bit. Gonna need more. So we need 16 total in order to use all the deployers that I'm kind of thinking of. That I need. Is there any more gold along this passageway? Like at all? I see a path this way. It might have something shiny for us. Nickel, iron. We can combine those into Invar. But that's not really needed yet. Any gold this way? Hello, me. Don't want to step on that rock because it's cracked. Eee. I see some gold, I see some diamonds, and I see a skeleton who's being a prick. Those diamonds would be very useful, though. A diamond saw would allow us to maintain our production line as long as possible. That guy's gonna be a pain, isn't he? Alright. Tactical entrance. We only need the one. That's all we need. Doesn't look like there's any anyway, so... But there's the gold. There we go. That's all the gold we'll need. At least for now. And a little bit to spare, because then we can make an engineer's wrench. That's almost enough to make an engineer's wrench and all the devices we needed. Any more gold? No? None? Hey. It's a negatory. Well, that looks pretty. No easily accessible gold, but there is some... Yeah. No. I'm not risking it. We got the things we needed. Let's get the hell out. Ah, gold. That's what we needed. That was a decent mining trip. A short one, but doesn't need to be particularly long to do what it needs to. That should be enough to supply us with all the gold we'll need for a little bit. We're going to need more for more deployers, but for the most part, we got what we needed. Because deployers are a very basic tool that requires you to have access to a variety of things, honestly. Andesite funnel. Bloop. Yeah! Funnels, flappy danglers. And now it's just steadily pumping out our various materials. There we go. And let's send up this cobblestone too. Why not, right? Look at all those things going burr. I like it. Very satisfying. The question is, will this device allow us to easily extract from it? Because it wasn't pumping it into the chest. So that worries me just a little bit. It looks like it might be a no. That's running. That's not spitting anything out. Okay. So we need to do a little bit of funking around with this. I have an idea. It's not the most graceful, but it is a method. Take the Gabbro and we'll go up. Alright, let's head back up. Well, we need a singular stone block. It's going to be basically shifting over the thing. Where are you? Oh, right, because it needs an andesite funnel to accept it. Right. Well, thank you, Holy Spokes. I appreciate it. There we go. Now it can accept it. We just need to make one last little alteration, and we should be set. To be fair, I did a little bit of practicing in a personal world, so I do have a little bit of precognition, but I didn't actually do any proper automation in that one. That's kind of why I'm forcing myself to do it now. There we go. Need that some material. We're gonna need the super glue. We're gonna need a little bit of matter. This stone block is going to be a adjustment to the machine. Nothing major, just, you know, shifting it over a little bit. We're gonna have to leave it in the upright position. Well, thank you, Holy Spokes. I appreciate it. I'm glad to make you proud, Holy Spokes. Now to figure out how to make it so it always picks up all the things. There we go. granite cobblestone. Can't say I know how to deal with that. Yeah, here, you take this. Take this. And we'll grab this funnel. And this chest. We can repurpose this. This has to go like this. Which means, because this is no longer a one block a gap, we need to shift this sucker over. By one. Gonna sleep and potentially wake up in like 2 hours based on my lack of ability to sleep. Unfortunately, by then I'll be done. But hey, I hope you have a good night, friend. Have a good sleep. You know? Thank you. I will do my best. I will make you proud, Holy Spoke. Let's see if this works a bit better. Did it work? I'm not seeing any items moving. I think we need a longer delay. Timer. You know what we could do? Okay, so the portable storage interface. It seems to want to have it go past, because if it doesn't, then it just locks in place and that's it. Yeah, connect. While engaged, the stationary interface will represent all inventories on the contraption. This cannot be inserted or removed. Does it have to be... Okay, we're doing some experimentation here. Some silly goofing. Some funky shenanigans. Does it have to be on the back? Because if it has to be on the back, that will mean that we have to... Yeah, it has to be on the back. Yeah, we can send it up. It doesn't matter. We can work around this. I don't like having to work around this, but we can. Alright. All we have to do is just place a couple of hoppers. This is a janky setup, but it'll do. It's not a pretty setup, but it is functional. If nothing else, it means that the hoppers can keep running even while the miner is doing its duty. Its due diligence. They can take these. Why is it always night when I come up? Every single time. At least the gold's still running. So we need 2 hoppers to get it around to the the belt. That will work. It's not pretty, but you know, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Or I guess more accurately, I'm gonna have to deal with it. You guys just have to sit back and wait for me to get around to actually making it. Now we could... What's the best tree for us to work with here? We could use fir. Those things will grow tall, but... It ain't ideal. We already have 1 chest, so we can just make a second and... Yeah, there we go. The question is, how are we going to go about chopping down trees? Because, I mean, we could do it semi-automatically, where we just push a button and there we go. Tree cut. Or, We could try to just keep jamming it in and seeing if the tree's built by then. I guess grown by then. That is another option. I don't know if it'll work, but theoretically it would. Hopper go burr. The other thing of concern is that we could theoretically try a different tactic. I guess the other idea is that we could try a different tactic. I don't know what that tactic would be, but I don't know. Could be something wild. And that's acceptable, I think. No, it ain't. Okay, well, we're just gonna punch this rock then. I don't actually care about the drops. We're gonna get plenty of stone anyways. And the reason why we're using hoppers, they can spit out onto these things just fine. That'll feed into that, which will feed into that. Which will theoretically let us build up our production. Come on. Why aren't you spitting out? Okay, we're gonna have to do a overhaul of this design. Clearly. We're going to have to overhaul it. Because we need to have it so that it faces... Come on. We're gonna have to have it so that this faces this way. I don't like it, but we're gonna have to. That means that we're gonna need a bunch of stone blocks. We're gonna need a new pickaxe because our old one broke. Gonna have to use the glue a bit more. I don't like using the glue too much because eventually this thing will break. We only have so much glue. But we can use it, nonetheless. Yay, our drops. It takes a while for the drops to actually make it up, but, I mean, it's still worth it. It'll keep going regardless of what we're doing. All it means is that we get a delay before we get our reason. Oh, we already had a... Well, I guess past me was looking ahead further than I was. We still need that stone, though. Really, that's still grinding. Oh, it's because it's full. Okay, well. There we go. Back into the depths. God, I can't wait until we can just ignore this place forever again. At least until we need to come down here for some random ore, you know. I do intend to make some sort of like a chunk eater type machine where you just build it and then let it go. Maybe monitor it so that you make sure that you get the most out of it. Okay. So this isn't gonna work. Clearly. We need to set it up like this. I can glue that up. You need to face like this. And we can access that and have it dump out all of its resources pretty freely. Thank you. We need to reclaim our hoppers so that we can actually use them for something more useful, like, I don't know, automating a meltery. Should theoretically output. Nah. Might as well make it aesthetic. Its aesthetic is that it just completely engulfs everything it lands on. There we go. What do you mean, workplace safety? What's that? Okay. So we go up here. And we place this last piece. Hope this works. I don't know if it will. Please tell me it's vomiting its drops. No, it's not. Are these... They are connecting. Andesite tunnel. Can be used to cover your belts. That's cool. Anything else? Whenever an andesite tunnel has connections to the sides. Oh, it splits them. Okay, then. Good to know. We'll make good use of that in the future. Andesite funnels. How does that work? So if we use this, we see them attach a funnel directly to the back end of this thing. Stationary interface will represent all inventories and items cannot be inserted. What if? And hear me out. We're gonna do a little bit of a thing. Let's toss this onto this. There we go. Should deal with that. Alright, here's my thought process. We're gonna try to extend the time it takes for it to get all the way to the top. And hopefully, what this will do, not quite that high, a little bit lower. What this will do is it will allow us to reliably, damn it, there we go, reliably have it trigger the device rather than potentially not fully interfacing with it. Thanks, K-Light. I think that might be the problem with it right now. It's just not properly interfacing with it or something. I don't really know. That's just my best guess here. Oh god, I hope this works. We're gonna need 2 piston extenders, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. Right, I need to actually connect it. I forgot about that. I was wondering, hey, why isn't it working? Connectus Mechanicus. That means we're gonna need to double up that, isn't it? Oh no, it's because it keeps hitting the ceiling, I see. My blocks back. Still can't interface with it, but this supposedly can. But you know, now that we're doing it this way, we could try a different method. See, there's a thing called a latch that this thing has. There's a couple of them. There's two of them, actually. There's a power latch and a power toggle latch. The power toggle latch will allow you to basically... Really? Rude. One pulse turns it on permanently. Second pulse turns it off permanently. It's basically a lever that gets flicked by pulses. Very useful in the right circumstances. But if we were to have it so that either we have a second contact up at the top that then flicks the latch back over. Yeah, that could work. Two separate conduits, each one bopping it. Problem solving, this is what this is. That or me going slowly insane as I try to figure out everything. This is just an idea. Don't know if it'll work. Hell, I'm pretty sure it won't, but we'll certainly try. So, we need another contactor. Only one. And we need a circuit assembly, which requires red alloys. Oh, frickin' hell. Alright. Red alloys. 1 copper, 4 redstone. Eesh, that's a little expensive for my blood. Same time, we don't really have a better idea at the moment. So, we're probably gonna go with that red alloy. God damn it. We can find some more cinnabar down there pretty easily. That won't be an issue. It's just getting that red alloy that's gonna be a real pain in the butt, ain't it? Circuit assembly, red alloy, compacting. At least it's just compacting. It's not anything impressive. So, we don't have a way to dig up. Well, we might be able to dig it up. Huh. I do want that latch, though. Because that will allow us to do some wild shenanigans. I can hear it chugging away. Gumming on that rock and collecting materials that we can't use yet. It'll probably start spewing out material eventually, but at the moment it's still in its collecting phase. Cinnabar. Yeah, I see it deeper in. Not too deep, but... Ah, good, we can actually tap it. That'll be just enough to kick us up to the point where we can start making red alloy shenanigans. Oh god, this is gonna suck, but here we go. We're gonna need a lot of wafers, and we're gonna get quite a few of them from the process of actually making the suckers. Secondly, we're gonna need copper, and a lot of it. Well, not a lot of it, but just a little bit of it. We're gonna need copper anyways, because we need brass, and brass is a vital material in this mod. Create loves its brass. We're just gonna collect 9 of it. We don't need much. I don't want to stir up any trouble. But it is really cool that the create copper ore does actually oxidize over time. I really like that feature of it. So you can see how old it is. This goes outside of our range. It is a very handy feature. But yeah, I'm thinking we might want to make some interesting use of the fact that Create doesn't really care all that much, as far as I'm aware, about the materials or the components that are built into a contraption. If we just have a bunch of drills going straight down and punching a hole into the earth, that might work. That being said, it's an expensive contraption. You have to build a gigantic piston. And the facilities to actually house this thing. But you could do it. Build a little overarching thing over top of it so you can access the piston. Then build a ton of drills into it on the underside, and then just start pounding down into it. Have a clutch and a gearbox in there so that you can reverse and stop it as needed. That could work to theoretically rip out a giant hole in the earth, utterly decimate it. I wonder what the size limit of contraptions is, because if you just went pure drilling potential, you wouldn't really have to care about, like, the extra blocks. I mean, sure, you can make a decorative backing on it or something. Make a world elevator. But, I mean, you don't really need it, do you? There we go. Some copper to keep us nice and stocked. And the redstone. This looks way simpler than Terra Firma Craft. Oh, it is. It's much more, this is more of a mod pack for practicing your automation skills. Which mine aren't the best, so, you know, take my suggestions here with a grain of salt. Thank you. This will allow us to make some funky stuff. Also, welcome back. How you doing? Let's see. So we're going to need to convert these stone bricks into stone and then bake them twice. Because that's how you get the wafers. In order to get all these things. Transparent latch. Toggle latch. RS latch. What the hell are these? Smooth stone. Trying to decide what to do tonight. Fair enough. For like dinner or for like video games. Video games. Fair enough. I would say Vintage Story is a pretty good, simpler Terra Firma Craft. Doesn't have nearly as much shenanigans, and it doesn't hide nearly as much. But, honestly, up to you. Whatever you want to do, who am I to tell you no, right? Ooh, we can make another, rubber band. Might as well make them, then. Should probably set up a little contraptions chest. Something to hold all the random junk that we have laying around. So they're not filling up our other chests. I guess our flower chest can work for that. Yeah, flowers can go in here. Random contraption stuff can sit in that chest instead. That'll also make it a little simpler to, you know, handle. Go. Random schlock. And sit in here. It's the bits and bobs chest. The knick-knack chest. These circuit plates will be very handy. Because these are the basis of basically everything. Basically everything. They're very handy for that, too. An adjustable repeater. Behaves similarly to regular repeaters. They charge up for a set time, and then they discharge for a set time. However, the charge time can be configured. They can range up to 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. Toggle latch seems good. That will allow us to pull it off pretty simply. We only really need one, so that should be fine. It'll bop it, and that's it. I'm hoping that this works. It's a lot of, you know, reconfiguring, shenanigansing it, you know, fuddling with it, figuring it out, basically. Nice cobbles, bro. Please don't die. Oh, I'm trying not to. But I might die, to my own contraption, nonetheless. Let's see. Now we have another connect. Okay, we need to actually kick it up higher. I was hoping that was high enough, but no. Grab this. These. There we go. Plenty of pieces. Play around with. We don't really care about the granite. So we need a one higher. There we go. And that means we need to also increase the height of the area. We're gonna need a connector for that. There we go. Everything should be fine. While we're here... Okay, that's a lot of collection. It's kind of impressive, honestly. And so we don't need the repeaters with this design. The repeaters are pretty pointless. What matters is the wires. And then if we do that, that'll connect up to that connector, which means that they'll bop each other back and forth, and that should hopefully work. Let's quickly just take a little bit of time to just dump out the chest so that we don't worry too much about losing any material that we would have otherwise gotten. It won't take very long. Might as well do it anyways. Think of it as like housekeeping. Okay. It did say it would pick them up, so I'm not sure why it's not picking them up. Grab these. There we go. Enjoy. That's the surface's problem now. Only a little bit is what we actually want right now. That's, disappointing. In so many ways. Alright, so now they should connect directly. I hope. We also have time to go up and grab a connector so we can actually have the upper bound hit. God. Pollution. Pretty much, yeah. It's not as bad as immersive engineering, at least. At least I'm not running 20 diesel generators. Right? Right? And Blightfall, here we come. We'll find a use for them, don't get me wrong. We'll find a use for them. It's just that we have absolutely no use right now. It's like having 50 slag drop onto a Neolithic tribe, right? At least in RimWorld. What are they gonna do with the slag? Nothing. When they get up to the point where they can actually start smelting that slag, then it's suddenly worth something. Then it's worth something. Sadly, we are that Neolithic village right now. Alright, that should do it. It needs its sticks to, you know, expand. It did pause there. Ah! I am doing a smart. And then that flicks it again. Or not. Okay, well, that's fixable. At the very least, it's fixable. Like this. This is very easily fixable. I appreciate that this is the problem that's showing up right now. Throw this here, throw this here. There we go. Yeah, it's pausing now. That's the important part. God. Yep. Yeah, now it's working. Now we're getting some production. It's very slow, admittedly, but it works. And, admittedly, we can fix that problem. Alright, noted. So these things have to pass fully by each other. They can't just land at each other. They have to fully pass each other. This is an important lesson for the tree farm, for the kelp farm, for every farm. It doesn't matter what. Anything that needs to deal with this is a massive learning opportunity. Andesite. It looks like it's only collecting one at a time, though, so we're probably going to want to add another chest inside so we can... I think that might be the problem. We're going to do a little bit more of a modification. Just a little bit. But otherwise, I think we're good. Ooh. We need a little bit more stone, and we're going to need to gear up a little bit. We're going to shift it into high gear, so that it goes a little faster, produces a little quicker. I forget how deep that voice is. It's a really good clip, gotta admit. Second chest, just to hold a second drill's worth of material. So wait, does the drill only output to a single slot? That's really weird. Because, like, it seems like half of the rocks are getting launched off to the side, you know? That's the thing. Which isn't great. I gotta admit, I don't like that. But we can fix it. Pretty easily. Snip the wire. I'll make sure that it lands and stays. Yeah, just, like, stick it on. It's fine. That'll hold, right? That'll hold. Yeah. God, it feels good to see this thing work properly. Alright, next thing we need to do is mess with it. Make it run faster. Make it go vroom, you know? We gotta make it go vroom, vroom, vroom. That shouldn't be too hard to do. Although this little gearbox here is... I guess not a gearbox. No, this could be called a gearbox. Is a little tight. I don't like it. Okay. I think I see a path we can take. It may require the use of rubber bands, though, so we're gonna remove this. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, this. Speed this up. Shift gears up. Oh, hey, Cinnabar. Make another shaft. Make it go real fast. Move this. We can hook this in. I'll spin all 4 of those gears, which will allow it to pretty easily run. So yeah, we're gonna need a rubber band here. Thankfully, that shouldn't be too hard to do. We gear shifted twice, so we should be spinning... Yeah, we're spinning the same way. The belts aren't going to be operational because we don't have any rotational force in there right now, but we can grab a rubber band real quick, speed up everything by a lot. Yeah, we can leave that 4-gear combination just for the aesthetics of it. For the aesthetics. And that should do it, I think. I think that'll be the last we work on that little project for a while. At least until we feel that we can upgrade it again. Mechanical belt. Down we go, and this will also kick up the speed of the belts, meaning that we get our materials faster. It does mean that it'll require more stress in order to run the piston, but it should be otherwise fine. New. Yeah. Much faster. It does seem to be... Let's see if it's throwing its stuff. No. Okay, so yeah, it's a chest per drill. God, that feels weird and terrifying. I can only imagine how that would look in VR. God damn. That'd be terrifying. Can you imagine seeing something like this just drop down at you? God, that would give me some frickin' shakes. It is running pretty quickly, though. I like that. Acceptable. We are within acceptable measures. Parameters, whatever. Whatever the term is. Whee! Surface Express. There we go. We have our andesite mine. And a bunch of other random junk. Because, you know, why not? This is gonna fill up really quickly. Let's take out the junk that isn't actually meant to be in there. The stuff that wouldn't normally be spawned by the underground andesite mines. That way we don't have to worry about, you know, filling up on random crud. Darkstone. Arcane Gilded. That's not bad. Random schlock that we can use for later. Piston also works. Stone. Okay. I get the feeling we're going to get a lot of use out of the pistons. Out of everything. Ender Pearl, Granite Cobblestone, Andesite Cobblestone, and Spades. Alright, so we're going to need a sifter. I think that's our next best option here. We're going to need to focus on making a clay operation, something to generate large quantities of it. Although we do also need to do the lumberjacking. Don't take that out of context, please. We're going to need to take some lumber and produce large quantities of it. Now, the best way I can think of would be to deploy. Deploying is very simple. We're going to make a fancy hand. A very fancy hand. Yeah, we're going to have to melt all this gold. All of it. That's just doing its thing. Alright, so... I'm thinking we're going to keep most of the ore and rock processing near the mine shaft, just because it's thematic. Actually, the better place to do this would be... That's filling quick. I'd like to keep the kelp vats and the... Lumber might be a good idea to keep it near there as well. Near the water. Somewhere near the river, just because it's thematic. You know, gotta make sure that it looks nice, right? Right. As for the farms, those can go pretty much wherever. Gold! There's gold in them there hills. Place this with a depot, that way we have the space to do our work. How much gold is that? We're getting close. As high as it's gonna go, so we might as well go for the 9. We're gonna need 8 deployers total. Which means 8 gold sheets, dear god. 16 gold sheets, actually. These things. Golden hands are very valuable. Go figure, they're made of gold. There we go. A few golden hands. We only need the 1 right now, though. So that is gonna be staying in there. We're gonna need 3 gold ingots to make our fancy wrench, though. This thing. This wrench is gonna make things so much easier. Lifesavers. Control Center. Luminar. Or Illimar, sorry. Big barrels, block stacker, joy of cooking, big plans, roll for intelligence. Friend? The other game mode. A magic feather. A beacon. Okay, metallurgy just goes over how to make metal. Log stripper, alliteration's plenty, algicite mixer. Okay. So, sifting. What do we need for sifting? Sifting is actually pretty easy to do. It's not that hard to do. All it takes is a little bit of effort, and you can get your sifter running pretty quickly. The problem is that we don't have a good way of automating the creation of canvas, because we don't have rice, and we can't crush it if we don't have it. So that's just kind of a thing. Lumber, mostly for the fact that I don't want to sit out in the open constantly, and I do actually want to get some proper buildings going. So we're gonna need a device. A few devices, actually. Means we're gonna need to find some lumber. Some lumber support. Lower lumber support, there we go. The question is, what type of wood do we use? Because there's a few different types of trees, you know? We got oaks, we got spruces. Oaks have the benefits of, you know, producing large quantities of apples, which are always nice. That being said, ain't perfect. It can grow massive and then have some issues with that. Well, no, because it just gets collected in a singular chest at the end, so we actually should be absolutely fine doing oak. And since oak provides apples, that actually provides an incentive to use it over everything else, because that means we get free food. So that's a pretty beneficial thing to have as a little side effect. Because apples, if I remember correctly, do have a few... Apple pie, apple coffee. Apple cider, apple... honeyed apples, jeweled apples, apple lambic recipe board. What? Apple lambic. Place 4 empty beer mugs, 2 wheat, an apple, and a water bucket into a keg to create this beverage. Okay. What else can we make? Fruit salad? Horse feed? I think you get the gist of it. We can make a lot of things with apples. No problem. And it's good for gourmand dynamos if we ever need them. So, we're gonna need another piston. Another pushy boy, you know? Something to really give them a shove. We're running low on andesite alloy, though. We're gonna need to make some clay. Yeah, we're gonna keep with lumber. We're sticking with our lumber. At least for now. I still don't know how the hell to shear all the sheep. I really don't. I would love to be able to mass produce wool, but I don't know how to do that. Not at the moment. Hey, Apple. I'm not gonna say no to Apple. How are we gonna pull only the wood, though? Because I don't want to result in the... I don't want it to result in the saplings and all that getting shunted onto a sawmill. I'd rather keep those fairly well... Okay, buddy. Fairly well isolated. Okay, owls. That's lovely that you want to make your opinions known, but unfortunately I don't speak hoot. Or I guess scree, in this case. God, they're screechy birds. Adorable, yes, but screechy. These are my sticks. Very screechy. Now, we could probably run these things off of hand mill. Just, you know, crank it, it's fine. There we go. Lots of materials coming in now. I'm kind of curious if I can run it by hand crank now. If for no other reason than that would mean that I could test it before I actually use it. Alright, so, lumber. How are we gonna do this lumber thing? I'm thinking we can do it over here. Yeah, that could work. Should probably be using my knife for this. Yeah. Give me thatch. There we go. That'll put us up a decent space, I'd say. Alright, we're gonna have to do a little bit of terraforming, just a little bit, in order to acquire our requisite space. Let's make it the same size as the sheep pen. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should do it. Wait, that's shorter. Ah, well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I miscounted. There we go. There we go. We're just gonna sink it a little bit. I know that this would mean that once we get global warming, our entire factory gets flooded, but honestly, I don't care. That's gonna be future people's problems. We're gonna have to make this a little bit funky. Now, how are we gonna build this? That's the question, isn't it? Because we're gonna have to, well, first and foremost, we're gonna have to route power to it. Rotational power, for that matter. I'm gonna specify that. We're gonna need a way to move the wood around. Solid way to move the wood around. So we're gonna need a... few kinetic assemblies. Let's just take one of these cogwheels, and there we go. Set that up. I know we already have some to spare, but I don't care. We're just doing it anyways. And that'll give us our saw. We're gonna need some contacts. That'll allow us to adjust the gear shift as needed. Thankfully, we already have one to spare, so we only really need to build one. It's something. And we can also make the ingot cast, so we can just make the one we need. Grab this. Basin can go there. There's the faucet. And we need the rest of these. We need 8 of them. One to actually make the cast. There we go. There we go. That'll do it. And now we can fully appreciate the use of the meltery. This will allow us to claim as much materials as we can, at least for now, while we make our machines more and more efficient. Mechanical saw. This device is very handy. This device will run the entire operations we need, but we need to travel 3 blocks, so let's just place a sapling in the center to get an idea of where we are going. I'm using oak, because oak is just the most tantalizing at the moment. Dump you out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. This should do wonderfully. So we need to travel 3 blocks. That shouldn't be too hard to do. Our block needs to go like this. Stationary chopping. Oh, it's not going to be stationary for long. I can assure you of that. 1, 2, 3. No, that's not quite right. And our piston is going to be sitting here. It's going to be pushing our entire operation forward. That being said, we're going to need to make a little bit of a space here in order to make this work. Now we can hide the piston underneath, and we don't have to worry about it, you know, showing it off its existence. I want to make this look nice, too, you know? So our piston will go here. Right in here. This little nook. That will allow us to pull all sorts of weird shenanigans. We're gonna have to flatten this. I'm just gonna add piston to my list of things to note. It shouldn't be too hard to make. Missing a cog, missing some wood. Oh, hi, illagers. Fancy seeing you here. Not sure what the hell to do with them, but okay, they exist. Cool. How to filter early game. I guess we could try to use andesite tunnels and then just put, like, filters in front of them so they have another path to take. If not the best path to take. Alright, let's deal with these nerds. Are they gonna die? Yeah, there we go. There's the death. We almost got him, though. There we go. Kill 3 pillagers. Well, there we go. We got a fancy banner that we don't really care about. Fucking pillagers. We're going to need a few little sticky spots here. This one can just be made of wood. I don't really care about its aesthetic, and I don't care about it burning. If it burns, then I'll be surprised, because honestly, there's nothing to light it on fire, so... yeah. We should be fine. Flowers! Go in there! You go in here. Alright. What else can we throw in here? I'm going to need the mechanical piston. That'll give me a little something something. And a slime ball to make it sticky. Because I want it to pull and push. I want it to do both. That is the wrong way for it to do both. There we go. If I understand this correctly, yep, there it is. There's our port. We're going to need a few devices. Ugh. We're going to need some oak planks, just as attachment points. We're going to need that to be there. A chest, and a portable inventory accessor. So we're gonna need another machine box. That should do it. We're also gonna have to modify that thing so that doesn't make it physical when it hits the end. That way, theoretically at least, it will just hit it and that's that. It's done. It'll go back pretty easily. We need like 8 frickin' logs to make this work. God damn it. We're gonna need more cogs as well. But we should be able to do it. Alright. I would like to try to build some, like, aquaponic device as well. Something to produce large quantities of fish, and I don't know how to do that yet. If nothing else, I can make just, like, aesthetically that, because I know there's a thermal expansion device that actually does that. Which is very efficient. There we go. My body tried to reject the pun as it was exiting my mouth, but my mind denied it. So we need more clay, more algae. That will allow us to make the algal blend, which will allow us to actually make our lovely, lovely machines. And this is why we set up shop near an ocean. Give me that algae. Now we are gonna focus a lot on brass the moment we can. Because I do want to upgrade all of our lines so that we can basically just send up vast quantities of, you know, materials in a very orderly fashion. As it stands, we're not in a very good position for that. We can't really filter anything. What the bloody hell is that? Atlantic halibut, alright. Flat boy. Which kind of implies bottom feeder? Yeah, we're gonna want some aquaponics there just to make it work. I'm thinking we can throw in our fishing devices in there, that way we can acquire fish in an aesthetically pleasing way. But it'll take a little bit of work to make it work. Mostly because we'll have to make the vats and then later on retrofit them to actually, you know, make it work. We need some clay. We need more materials in general, honestly. Because we're a bit low on the material side of things. We don't have a lot of charcoal laying about, but we do have some. I'm thinking we should probably also start some charcoal burning. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to the point where we're going to have that lumberjack done by tonight, but... ah, well. I can always collect a little bit of material in the background and then just launch right into it next time. Not too hard to do that. And then you don't have to watch me just wandering around in the water, waiting, trying to find clay. In a large enough quantity to make it, like, worthwhile. God, those birds are shrieky. Hello, woodpecker. Let's collect this pine wood. Or, sorry, fir. That's what it is. I will defer to the naming. Here we go. Acquire a little bit more matter, and then we should be good. Well, there goes that. I guess that's what we're sticking with for our collection at the moment. Hello, Moon. You're our target. Algal blends. Probably our best bet to do next. Once we got our logs, then we can do algal blends. We can set up a sawmill when we actually get to that point. And even siphon off some of it into our own stockpile for building with. Because having a lot of wood would be really nice to have. Just as like a building thing. Being able to set up a nice little area while all our machines do the hard work of actually getting, processing, and otherwise manufacturing for us. Yeah, that'll help out a lot, I think. Need a contact. We can set that up on the machine. Gonna need one here. So no, if I set this up here, that'll work much better. If I just slap it against the side. Yeah, that'll work. Chest. That's the first contact point. This will trigger. And then we hit this contact point. No, it's this contact point. There we go. So when this goes here, that'll be there. Not quite there. Here. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. We got a nice track for it to go back and forth on. We're gonna have to red wire this, but it shouldn't be too hard to do, honestly. Chest goes here, and then we stick a portable inventory thing here, and then we... okay, yeah. There's a few little things that we gotta do, but otherwise we should be set. For that, at least. Let's collect a little bit of algal blend, or not algal blend, clay. So we can make that blend, and then we can start cooking it. But yeah, I think this plan will work. I think this lumberjack plan will work. Task completed clay... oh, okay. I will use that task thing to make sure that we are on the right track and to remind me, hey, I still need to build this. So we're not going to complete that until we actually have the clay production facility ready and running. I want to make absolutely sure that we don't forget to build that. I wonder if I can get a clipboard. Do we have clipboards? No, we don't. Tragic, but c'est la vie. I guess I could set up a bunch of relays and just red wire it up. Back to... It doesn't sound very elegant, but it would theoretically work. Kind of gross, though, to just red wire it all the way up. I like having the signal relays, because those allow you to basically just plop down things and put in a frequency. Well, that's cute. Bunch of owls and a burb. Plop down a bunch of senders and then a singular receiver on the elevator, allowing you to pretty easily go up and down without much issue. There's just not much, like, in the way. You don't have to spend time making a long wire going all the way up. Just sort of happens. You know? We don't need a lot of andesite, so we should be good. No, that is still running pretty well. We got a full pair of stacks of andesite. That's nice. But yeah, I'm thinking we should probably melt down any non-useful stones. It looks like we're getting a compilation, or a conglomeration, there we go, or melange, of andesite, gabbro, diorite, standard, and granite. I guess limestone we could use for, like, paving and stuff. We could use it for Tyrian bricks. It's not that useful otherwise. I mean, it exists. Gabbro also doesn't do much. Granite we can use. Regular cobblestone we can use. This stuff will break down into iron and flint. This stuff will break down into gold and... what was the other one? I think dead bushes? We do have to cook it first, though. We gotta prepare it, you know? But yeah, red sand. Dead bush and gold nuggets. Very, very useful. It's not intended to be used that way, but I mean, we can get it. And that'll allow us to make infinite amounts of gold and iron, and if we have infinite amounts of gold and iron, we can cause some interesting effects to take place. Yes. I shall now make infinite computation circuits. Looks like I can expand infinitely, huh? That sort of deal. Throw up some buttons. Like that. No. I need this. There we go. I do not have enough logs. God damn it. Yeah, this is why you want to get into automating this stuff as much and as fast as possible, because you can generate a lot of materials and then spend them horribly by crafting things yourself. It's just not a good design. Not a good plan. There we go. It's a good design to get you to actually make the things automatic, but it's not great for you if you're trying to make a startup here. Infinite gold and iron. We'd have to, at that point, figure out a way to generate infinite quantities of... Hold on. Iron converts into an ingot, gets crushed into dust. Dust can be put through the foundry to get nickel and iron. Which means... Oh, God. It means nickel is also... Okay. It can also be generated freely. These things that occur when you make a mod pack. And then fiddle with a bunch of things. There's some bullshit that can occur. Anyways. We should be able to build up a little bit of a kinetic mechanism here. Here we go. Portable storage. Right, we still need to build a actual chest for it to store into. That way we can actually properly hold on to it and not have it just fly everywhere. Theoretically, it shouldn't take too long to go through. We just need 2 logs. Wow, we are actually clearing out the plains pretty well. going for the lesser chunks of wood is making it a little nicer here. A little more friendly, you know, to wandering and to terraforming in the future. Huh. I get the feeling we're going to be making a massive sprawling network later on, so I kind of want to make sure that we have access to a wide open space. I seriously doubt we're going to be able to pull it off where we just have a really tight-knit factory. And that's just not likely to happen at all. There we go. Now, you will pass by it pretty frequently here. Which will spit it out onto a conveyor belt. Actually, that might be more convenient here. Not here. Here. Because what that will do is it'll make it so it has to go all the way in before it can interface. Place only when anchor destroyed. Place only in starting position. So here. Yeah. We need to travel 1, 2, 3 blocks to make that. So we need 3 piston poles. That shouldn't take too long to build. And now all we have to do is provide power, I think. And that should theoretically run just fine. Huh. I kind of want to see if this works before we call it a night. Let me just set this up. Oh, we might need more wood, but go figure. Alright. Rotary energy, you need it. Well, we both need it here. Never mind. We're gonna need to do some redstone work here in order to make it function properly. But it is decent so far. We're gonna want a cogwheel set up here so we can properly siphon off the materials. Yeah, I think we are pretty much on the verge of completing that thing. It's just so close. It should be running by the next time I'm online. That'll be pretty much the first thing that I do. Yep, there it is. Unfortunately, I gotta go. We are so freaking close to completing it, though. This machine should work just wonderfully, but I gotta go. I gotta eat, I gotta drink, I gotta sleep, I gotta do all those human things. So if you got any suggestions for, like, who to raid, I'd be happy to hear them. If not, that's absolutely fine, I don't mind. I'll just find somebody to raid. If you happen to be on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. I hope you join us sometime, but until then, I hope you have a good morning, noon, evening, day, night, whatever happens to be on your side of the internet. And goodbye, YouTube.